we prefer guy. Many hands, June 21st, 2025. We're commencing our monthly meeting for June here in the boardroom. We have a quorum, and I believe we have someone that will be here just a minute or two late. Let's all stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance, personal reflection, and Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Your best.
I'm getting close. Maybe after 3 years, I'll have that memorized.
I see you made it, Victor.
Mr. Aaron, how are you, sir? Move on to board reports, the approval of special session minutes for March 17, 2025. Does anybody have any qualms with those minutes
Lenny.
I have multiple
on March 17th?
on
March 17th.
the date is incorrect, number one.
No, March 17th. No, there's 2 minutes. We have 2 minutes, March 17th and May 17th. We have 2 separate sets of minutes. Just for you weren't here on March 17th, but Jason, this is the meeting we came in on March 17th to approve the minutes so that we can make an offer on the catalogs for 18,000. We had approved the minutes real quick on that Monday. Do you remember them? Okay, it was you, Lisa, and Tony. Yeah. That was the extent of those minutes.
The minutes I'm looking at are what was provided in the board packet.
This is May 7th, March 17th. It's on our thing.
It's the last page here. It's the back. Go back. By the way, ultra loud. There you go.
Well, these are pretty simple.
Yeah,
so
yeah. It's just for
I'm
that.
fine with that.
Oh. Correct. Yep.
Any objections to those minutes of March 17th, 2025? I have a motion to accept the minutes.
I'll second the motion.
Second. You have any unanimous, what's the vote? Unanimous vote? To accept the minutes? Minutes accepted, Ms. Executive Secretary. May 17th. Approval of regular board meeting minutes for May 17th. One of the directors have already pointed out a few discrepancies. We can mark that. Ms. Marisol, go ahead, John.
You too. On line item number 3 in old unfinished business fund, so there's a misunderstanding. No. There's a misunderstanding on the following on fcsa tables that he was able to donate or put that amount towards the project. Can you do that, please?
The 85?
Yeah, I never made that commitment.
I want to chime in and say probably that the entirety of 3 needs to be reviewed as per the way it's stated. As in it's written in first person perspective from a audience member, which is not which is a member's opinion statement, not actually what transpires. Hence the discrepancy with Mr. Wiley. So I would just say that needs further review as a statement. And this has to do with the second person listed as offering to help, because it's not presented by the person stated to offer to help.
What part are you minutes are you
On
in?
number 3.
Number 3.
So after the first sentence, which Mr. Wiley's pointed out needs correction, the second sentence also is not a statement of the board or the action that happened. It is the members speaking statement, which isn't which needs to be vetted by the people listed in there. For instance, Francis.
I see it.
Okay.
There was another correction.
Yeah, do you have corrections too?
I do, but to me, the entire paragraph needs correction. So I would,
Okay, well, I mean, let's just point them out, and then that way,
okay,
you know, she can take notes, or we can give her ours, and then she can amend them, fix them.
so there's the correction Mr. Wiley made, and then another $1,000 offer is presented by the member, not by the offering party. So I would argue that needs to be confirmed before it's presented as minutes for the same reason of Mr. Wiley's correction. It,
Get it?
that, I mean, that's my comment, but I don't know if that is the resolved paragraph to be approved. Because, well, Francis is here.
What do you need from me?
Wait, I have a question. I just wanted to confirm, and then we'll approve it. The hell about that. So, per the minutes, the second sentence says, Adam and I have actively been working on GoFundMe campaign. That should say,
Linda.
Miss O'Brien and Adam have
Correct. I already
put,
got that.
okay. Then the next sentence, was third sentence, Francis and a group stepped in and offered to help. They put together a formal project and are in the process of making it official. They offered $1,000 contribution, but that has not been voted on yet, bringing us to a total of 9,500. So those sentences,
That's correct.
so,
At that time, that was correct.
okay,
We
so,
have since voted.
so Francis proposed $1,000 contribution to be voted on.
Offered.
Offered.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay. Sure, that's it.
That's it, and that removes the rest. So yeah, it's just a condensed and,
Okay.
okay,
Thank you.
right, that's,
I mean, this may sound nitpicky, but don't you want Francis's last name in there?
no, at 100%, but realistically, it should say preservation
Yeah.
has offered to,
She's not preservation.
Yeah,
Oh.
Community council.
Community
oh, I'm
council.
sorry, I'm sorry.
Should be community council.
Community
Yeah.
council,
Yeah.
offered $1,000 contribution to be voted on. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it for number 3.
Keep going.
All right. Number 2, on discussion possible action items. The first several sentences, well, beginning with the first sentence to jog everyone's memory, time limits were discussed to help keep meeting on track. It was clarified that limits wouldn't be strict and could be extended for reasonable discussions subject to the board's discretion. My memory is that we agreed that there would be no time limits after a discussion. So this says there's time limits that can be extended. We agreed on no time limits. And so the first 2 sentences would be like board, after discussion, board agrees to not limit time on discussion by members.
Okay.
And then the last 2 sentences also can be included. Aaron made a motion to adhere more closely to the agreed upon decorum. Use a point of order, which would help keep discussions on track without limiting members' speech. Sharon seconds the motion passed unanimously. That's the total of it. then the next number.
I just have a question. I could have sworn that, and please excuse me if I'm incorrect, I thought that memo said if they needed to cut it down, the speaking, that it would depend on the circumstances. I understood.
Yeah,
I'll review the video again when I'm fixing these.
But
We discussed it quite a bit, but when it came to the end, after,
we didn't want a neck timer on it.
right,
Pretty much the
exactly.
thing.
After this, I proposed a timer, we discussed it, and then at the very end, he said, no timer, but we will make an effort to keep the agenda on topic
Okay,
and succinct at the request of the membership.
okay.
Go ahead, any more questions?
Use your microphones, please.
Number 3, board meetings include member Zoom participants on new equipment. I'm going to read it and then I'll propose my amendments. Delays in equipment delivery were discussed. New setup would support Zoom access and remote member participation. Members raised questions and concerns, particularly regarding board participation in special meetings. Aaron made a motion to use Zoom for most member-related purposes once the equipment was ready. Jason second. The motion passed unanimously. That's how it reads. As we can see, the equipment is installed and operational per yesterday's special meeting. The statement that the equipment shall be used for most members. The discussion was to use Zoom, our equipment, for our meetings, to be able to be utilized,
For all members.
which includes in this present moment. That was the discussion. So it needs to say Zoom equipment to be utilized in board meetings
And for member use.
and for member use. Yeah. There should be some elaboration on that, and I'm sure it was part of the discussion without reviewing minutes that as such, meeting notifications should include Zoom meeting notifications because they're one and the same now. That was the point of the topic.
Yeah, I propose something.
Good.
Why don't we just skip all this? Because we're not gonna approve the minutes, so, and then we'll just get with her afterwards for a few brief time and get that straightened out, and then we can approve next month. Okay.
I
I believe we have one on, number 8 that we need to really discuss right now and possibly take a vote on.
That was his correction.
I realize that, but
We're not gonna approve minutes.
well, there would have to be consent to not approve the minutes. That's a vote to approve or not approve the minutes.
Right.
So
how can we approve? How can we approve them with all these corrections? She can't possibly make them all right now, so we couldn't approve them no matter what.
okay, well, still need to continue publicly reviewing them. Like,
Go ahead.
because well, one, this is almost over. So number 8. Jason proposed appointing Mr. Travis Huey as assistant treasurer. John Wiley stated that after consulting 2 attorneys, only 2 elected directors may serve as officer. Per Article 5, it was noted that the treasurer can have an assistant who is director. An officer cannot hold 2 positions, e.g. secretary and president. Members shared concerns and emphasized the need for help with budgeting audits and financial oversight. Jason made a motion to speak with attorney about appointing an assistant treasurer. Aaron seconded. Jason amended the motion to allow any director to be involved in those discussions. The motion was passed. I've reviewed the meeting. A motion was passed.
That was a mistake. He found it.
The motion was passed.
I know,
Right.
it's a mistake.
The motion was
Mistake.
passed. It says no motion was passed.
That was a
and
mistake.
it was passed.
I know, but it was a mistake. She's gonna correct it.
Right, but the motion that was
Was
passed
passed.
needs to be stated
Well,
clearly.
and the motion that was passed was that, we appointed Travis Huey pending the attorney's answer. And we now have the attorney's answer that we can show to the members that
That will be in next month's
Yes,
meetings.
No, that is on the list for
That's on
today's
the list.
agenda.
Yeah, no,
So
for
it's,
next month's meeting.
no, it is on old
It is,
business.
I know, but it'll be in the minutes to approve that wording. Go ahead.
Okay, but it should be made clear as it's on today's agenda.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not arguing that. Mr. Wiley, do you have any other corrections or have you pointed them all out? Do you have any further corrections?
Let's agree that it's not correct and just move on.
Right, that's the last thing, so, yeah.
So we make the motion not to approve today's minutes. The minutes of the meeting for May 17th.
we need to correct the date on it because it says March 15th.
But that's just the header of the date on the actual
Y'all
time.
use your mics, please.
Sharon,
Oh, I was just gonna say online, it says board meeting Saturday, March 15th. It was May the
Go to
2nd.
the first paragraph.
The first paragraph's correct, though.
It's still
It needs to be corrected.
on the header.
Let me take some heat off Marcel here. Marcel, good job. So that was a long meeting. There was a lot of stuff. And it takes, nobody's fooling with a minutes recorder next to him. So this is a learned process and we appreciate your hard work.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion not to accept the minutes?
I motion not to approve the meeting.
Not to approve minutes today.
Second the motion and offer.
All in favor? Unanimous vote not to accept the minutes for May 17th, 2025. Secretary's report.
I received 3 emails from member concerns, and those member concerns will be addressed in executive session. They did not request that their minutes be read, and they were private. So we will discuss those 3 emails in the executive session.
Did you give us a copy of those minutes? Were you given a copy of those minutes that we're not going to read it in public?
No.
Wouldn't it be part of the secretary file?
The members requested that they not be read. They're private emails to certain people here mentioning names, and the member that sent the email has requested they not be read.
Okay. I think that I would appreciate knowing that we were gonna have emails read, but that's fine. As part of the secretary's report, there is one letter, there's one email that we all received that I am going to read. Okay. And this email was also there's a partnering article in the Kinney County Post regarding this, but the article is different from the email we all received. And the reason I'm reading it publicly is because it's calling for various people here to resign. It's addressed to myself, Mr. Wiley, Ms. Cavender, and Mr. Blank.
I want to point out that this is the article in question was written by the person who sent the email.
I realize that.
Okay.
And I'm just saying it was published in the paper. I didn't say anything other than where it came out.
I just want to.
Okay.
So you're reading the email or the article?
Email.
I don't think we should just be reading off member emails sent privately to
Well,
us. It could be a liability to us, just naming off people's names and stuff. They didn't request that to be read in session. I don't agree with it.
And I would make the argument that the public statement made by that member in the paper would be the only thing acceptable to be read aloud versus an email that has been requested not to be.
This email has not been requested not to speak publicly.
It has not been requested to be presented publicly at the meeting. It was delivered to the board, not to the public. The public message is the newspaper article.
This person was emailed last night because I had that email in mind. He did not respond. He did not respond that he wanted it public. The only thing that he has public is what is published in the newspaper. If you want to read what's in the newspaper, because everybody has seen that, then we can do it. But we need to respect our members' privacy when they send a personal email to a board member. You don't expect your emails to be spread all over everywhere. You want to know that if you email a board member, that it will be a private conversation unless you request that it be public. This person put it in the newspaper, it's public. What he put in the newspaper, everybody knows about. But his private email, he did not approve it to be read in public. And
Well, okay, then, we'll say, this is what I'll paraphrase. The person who published the article in the newspaper called for my resignation, Ms. Cavender's resignation, Mr. Wiley's resignation, and Mr. Bland's resignation. And Mr. Bland, Matt Bland, so I'm publicly. I don't know about Mr. Wiley or Ms. Cavender.
Well, I'm not resigning because any of the information is inconsistent at all. And
Mr. Wiley,
that's all I'll say.
thank you, then, that's the end of that one. Treasurer's report? Treasurer's report?
All right, some of you might have,
Wish I could see it.
hello, all right. Some of you might have seen this graph before. I made it initially when we were gonna move money into Fidelity. It shows a stacked bar chart of our balances. So just to go to the last month we have here, our ending balances at the end of April was 913,791. And the ending balances for everything at the end of May was 876,940. That's a drop of $36,857. Part of that is because it was a triple pay period. And also you'll get on the P and L. The P and L shows negative $54,804 net operating income, negative $197,657 year to date. So I guess we're gonna see if we have more or less money after we pay the insurance in November, October. When will we pay that?
That won't get paid until, I believe in September.
September. All right, so that month was not great, but this is the interest that we've had been earning since August 2022. You can see that once we started moving money into Fidelity, the amount we were earning steadily increased. The last month, just off the general fund, we got $1,313 from that one account. From Fidelity restricted, got another $373. And so we are getting some return on our investment. This is the difference in the interest that we would have had if we had to put the money into Fidelity sooner. And that is also going way down now. The difference is $703 from last month because we're still closing those accounts, which we discussed. Did we get the one closed or not?
I have to go in on. I don't have more this one. You have to do it in person, and so I have to go in on Monday to do it. They don't open until 9 a.m., so I will be closing one of the accounts at the Texas Community Bank.
So anyways, we're working to streamline that, have less bank accounts, easier to track, less funds jumping around from bank to bank to pay things. We moved the payroll to pay out of Fidelity now, which is a good thing because now we don't have to pull money out of there to pay the employees. And that's where all our money is stacking now that we've got Fieldium going. Almost all our assessments are going into Fidelity. So it makes sense to pay a lot of the bills from there as well. And so talked about the P&L, talked about that. We've got the motel report. May total income 10. Just the total income.
Yes.
Total income is 10,835. I don't see last year's number here, but it's okay. And let's see, so we had some property sales, 2,800 in property sales, 1,650 in transfer fees, a total of $3,750 for May. We got off property transfers and sales. And that's all I have.
Michelle, would any of those graphs indicate how much money we've lost since we closed down the second floor on the motel?
I don't know. I didn't make the graph.
No, those are only bank balances and interest differences, no, and then there's not a month to month motel profits,
Wish we could see it. We can't see it.
We will have future technology that will allow us to look forward.
Another one on that side.
Probably right there.
Hopefully we can afford it.
Member comment on the treasurer's report?
So this advanced version of the profit and loss is awesome. Thank you for breaking it out like this. It's actually very helpful. On the chart of accounts, there is a chart of account missing on this document. So account 10000 prepaid expenses, sub account 11010 prepaid insurance expense totaling $89,141.79 that sits on the balance sheet. Each month prior to this, that line item has been allocated back into an accrual method, even though we're on a cash basis. Insurance in this P&L is not listed.
Okay, to my understanding, that had to be put in there because Coggin said that it had to be on an accrual basis.
That part, I don't have an issue with the accrual part. Is what I'm saying is every month, beginning at the beginning of the fiscal year, we had an expense that needed to be paid for insurance. We paid that to save money. Great job by saving 12%. Awesome. Every month after that, we have allocated $17,000 from the balance sheet from this prepaid amount in account 11010. This month, that line item is not in the P&L that's at the back of the room. Under that P&L or under that line item in the previous months, there's also the car insurance, which is paid monthly, so it's $2,000. So $17,000 and $2,000 are missing from the expense line items in this P&L.
So I'm going to assume, I'm assuming that the car insurance did not get paid this month. It may have been late, and that's why it may not be on there. The other, I would have to talk to Jen about that.
Okay.
Because I don't input that, it just automatically is, I guess, captured.
Generated.
And then generated, thank you, is generated, and then I print it and I review it. So I definitely can ask her, and then I can have an answer for everybody.
Okay, and you have an email about this as well. I've already sent you one, but I just noticed that you mentioned in your email that was the document that I had was a preliminary document. So this now still does not have that line item.
She's still working on some of the items in there to reconcile because she's been having to reconcile some of the things from Buildium into QuickBooks to match the assessments, which didn't even match on my budget versus actuals.
Right, and that would be in so anything to do with Buildium would be in the income section, account 40,000. I'm talking about the expense section. So there's it's a $17,000 movement that isn't there. Yeah, we had a long conversation about it. So what I'm getting at is that this P&L will not be accurate at the bottom when it states the net income. So it'll have to be, I guess, re-reported or looked at in a different way. And maybe I could discuss it because this is missing. And I actually don't know how you even print a report that excuse me. I don't know how a report is generated that doesn't have a line item, even if it's zero, because you have several line items that are zero throughout here. So that would be a question for Jen.
So yeah, I'm sure there's a good explanation for it, and I can definitely resend it to everybody electronically and put it out on dispatch. And we'll talk to her on Monday, and I will have the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good. Next.
General manager report.
There you go, Sean.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hope everybody's doing good. I need to take a breather here. Okay, staffing, nothing to report. Operations, we have decided to disengage from Peerless as of June 25th. At the end of June, we will be done with them. Our admin staff will be doing customer service training in 2 separate sessions around July 7th. The date hasn't been solidified yet, but this will be held at the Bank and Trust, and this is free to the staff. It's not costing us anything but gas. But we truly need to have some customer service training. I think it would be beneficial to everybody. The RV park will be hosting a Friday starting in, I believe, next month. We'll be selling tacos on Friday for the RV residents to increase revenue. And they have a lot more things that they're working on for the future, which I'm very excited about. Sherry and Ryan are working with Andreas to get that information out. So more to come on that. I've received 2 bids for street striping. Well, that's gonna be interesting. First one is from the pavement group, over $18,000, just to stripe 3 miles of road. The other one is from Allis for $27,500. Or we can just buy a machine for $2,600 to $3,000 and maintenance can do it themselves. So that would be something that I'll bring up to the board. I'm being transparent and letting our members know that we are working on that. Finances, the assessments are in Buildium and in QuickBooks. So I don't have a definitive answer for that one yet, but I will. Golf course, unfavorable $73,000 to date. Hunting, favorable $64,000 to date. Motel, due to the loss of the upstairs on both sides, unfavorable 72,000. I'm sure not full 72 is all of that. I'm sure it also has to do with the pool as well. But I don't have an analysis or a breakdown because I don't have a way to measure that. But I do know I have taken a lot of calls from people that are asking about the pool. And if it's full, and when I say no, we're not getting any reservations on that. So we're losing revenue for that. Payroll to date is favorable, $4,600. RV park, again, unfavorable, $149,000 to date. And in the past, we have had the pipeline here. I heard that we're getting another pipeline, which will hopefully bring revenue. And that's another reason why we're working very diligently to see if we can bring some activities over there that will generate more revenue for the RV park. So we're brainstorming, working on it. If anybody has information that they want to share, or I should say ideas, we are very welcome to hear it. Volunteers, friendly partnership support. I do want to put this out there. I have so many notes for this general managers meeting. I did put this on Facebook. The definition of partnership. There was a lot of controversy about when I said we were going to partner with the Los Morris Hispanic Organization for Loteria for July 4th, which, by the way, is open to our public as well. Not just the group, it's open to everybody. At Fort Clark's, when we say we're partnered with an individual business or organization, it often means we come together informally to support a shared goal or event, not that we have entered into a legal or financial agreement. Partnership can be rooted, built on trust, collaboration, and mutual benefit. I just need to make that clear because I've had a lot of slack on that. So to continue, retaining wall has been completed at the service. I don't know if anybody's seen that, but it has been that way for over 20 years. I got a lot of flack on that too, that I was fixing it. I don't regret it. I'm glad I did it. It'll stand good. And the gentleman that did it did a fantastic job. The gentleman that also did it is also a stonemason who spent all of the historical work on all the stone work here, and it looks amazing. If anybody has any questions, just let me know. Potholes in Unit 14 have been completed. We have moved into Unit 15, and we have an estimated completion of 2 weeks, and then we'll move on to the next unit, which I will put out and dispatch so everybody knows. The two broken windows at the commissary, I mentioned several times in the last couple of months, but the central glass has been very difficult to get the stuff that I need. I'm just gonna say they're not putting us as priority. So Philip finally called again for the seventh time. So they ordered the windows finally. So they will be done, I would say, within the next month. The $1,600 that we tried to order for the steer skid that I mentioned to fix the drainage over by Airport Road. I don't want to say names, but there's a gentleman that's having some issues with flooding when it does rain. We can't get the part. So Philip is working with Mr. Ward, who has the machinery that we can use to get in there. So hopefully he'll have that answer by next week for Mr. McWilliams. And I've already called on Saturday. Anyway, okay. Anyway, I've already called and spoke with him. He's very happy about it. Stables have been mowed. I got the map. Everybody's been asking where DOP is gonna be. So they've had some challenges, just like anybody else who has equipment. They had some things that have broken down, and with the parts, they finally got them all fixed. They also got a new lead person for the crew. Because I've had several meetings with them that I wasn't happy with some of the work that they're doing. So I've addressed it. The map will be, I will put it out, it will be color coded by days of where they will be mowing. So that way our members will know that. And if anybody has any questions, please just call me and ask me. I can, I'll be honest with you. I'll give you the answers that you need. If I don't know them, I will find out. And then we have signed up with Ojo, no contract, to help import and reconcile balances in building. I do know that Travis and Mrs. Race is helping Jason with that.
Chris is fine.
Okay. Chris. All right. Anybody have any questions about Ojo? Okay. Forged Arrow. Some of you may know it, some of you may not. Conducted some Army military training at the airport. This is the second time they've been down. We were hoping that they would want to do this permanently. And if they like it, then that way we can maybe charge them for it. We had colonels come out, and you can look it up online. It's called Forged Arrow. They conducted training at the airport. Maria Perkins and her husband helped with critical questions for the training. The company delivers critical solutions in challenging environments for our military that have to deal with foreign people. And so it's kind of quite exciting. So maybe they'll consider us their destination for training purposes in the future. Events and marketing. We partnered with Go Texas. Again, that was another one I got a lot of pushback on Facebook. Instead of people just calling me and asking me, it is a partnership. They have evolved, which I mentioned to you, Constance, and you were quite happy with the description I gave you. It was $100 for the whole year. It's tier 1, and they will market for us for free. And we put their logo up, and so it's just another way to get our name out there. Because when I was hired, one of the things I was interviewed about was hugely marketing, getting the name out, letting people know who we are. And do you know how many people I've had tell me that they didn't know we existed? They drive by and they think it's an army fort and they just go by. So if we can't market to sell the land, to have members buy houses, or to even get FRMs, we're doing a dissatisfaction to ourselves. Those people, I'm sure, will also enjoy the history that's here. It's an amazing place. But I know people have different ideas about that. And they can share that with me. And that's quite all right, because we all have different perceptions. And at the end of the day, we do want the board to succeed, and we won't succeed if we don't get new people here to buy. That's bottom line. The team is heavily planning the 4th of July Eve event, which I'm so excited, Elizabeth. Elizabeth's gonna be playing the grand piano, and La Friends is going to be playing the violin. We're
In
going to,
addition to the vintage organ.
oh,
It'll be
yeah,
back.
yes. With that said, though, she had a concern because the grand piano used to sit out in Dickman where the wood flooring was. That wood flooring has been decaying for years. Nobody's taken the time to fix it, repair it. And in order to present that grand piano in the way it should be presented, I had David Mann go look at the flooring with Russell Knoll, who, besides the pool, Bigman is his baby too. He's there all the time. He counts those pictures on those walls, redid those pictures for me because I wanted them uniform. Loved what we were gonna do. We used the exact flooring we're supposed to. No alterations were made other than repair and replace the exact same thing. He took them up for the subfloor, which was more decayed than the top, fixed it, put it back, and then I even will show you guys pictures. The two sconces, that's it, when you walk up the 3 little stairs, hadn't been up there for years either. They fixed them and now they're like, and Russell was extremely happy. I got a very, very nice email from him on that. And that cost $2,319 in my budget to be able to do. So newsletter development is still in the infant stage. We're working on that because Andreas is working on many, many items. Marketing is also working on the 6-month seasonal pass. We had forgotten when we had talked about that quite a while ago. So he's got some fantastic ideas. He's also marketing on a logo branding for each department. We also received $1,400 in sponsorship donations for the 4th of July from Napa, Geo, Rio Grande, and Stevenson's. Thank you, man. Sorry, Stevenson's. I love you. And then the Los Morris, like I said, Hispanic organization is going to be hosting Loteria Bingo, and it's open to everybody on the court along with their members. And like I said, the RV Park will be selling tacos on Friday to the customers. I do want to, and memo thought this might be a good idea. I do want to just read with no names. Just a couple of emails I received that were not really nice. So this came to me, we had a storm and we had several storms that day, but 2 of them passed by. The storm that came was later in the evening and we couldn't go out and take the flag down. But this was said to me, heaven forbid we would fly a storm flag or for that matter, pay attention to the weather forecast. Not long ago, our century-old history flagpole was severely bent when the morons we employed failed to take obvious action to a major storm. Not sure why people need to say things like that. I don't understand that, but the other one, sorry. The other one I wanted to put out there is this is also sent to me. What a pathetic, arrogant display of laziness and disrespect for our nation's flag. You and your team are a disgusting, unpatriot losers. I'll just put this out there. I have thick skin. I really do. If you knew the way I grew up, you all would understand. But I don't need to take that. I don't think anybody should have to take that. It is just the rudest thing ever. And even though I have thick skin, it doesn't mean that I need to hear things like that because I work so hard at this place and it's all the feedback I get is so negative, except for the ones that I know support. So I want to thank the ones that support me with all my heart. And please keep doing so. I'm done for now.
Well, you mentioned the Bruce and April Smith.
Oh, did I miss that?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had it
That's
on
it.
there. Bruce and Abel Smith. Oh my God. I don't know if you guys have seen all of the brush that they have
On Scales Road.
on scale roads that they have cut down and we have picked up. I can't thank them enough, but that's, and then the heat and that's just, thank you.
I want to add a shout out to him because I walked through scales. They did an enormous amount of work that would have cost the membership a lot of money. Without being asked, without being told, he took out his chainsaw, him and his wife were taking down one tree branch at a time. And I am so grateful to them because I've said it before and I'll say it again. Talk is cheap. Okay? These people were taking action, and I'm very, very appreciative. And I'm appreciative to all the volunteers. I know who the volunteers are. I know who the people that are doing things, and I am very, very appreciative of that.
I'm sorry, I forgot one thing, because I just got emotional. We had a new member that moved in, Mr. Baker Hughes. He's really nice. I know Travis, you've met him. I know he went over and I guess chatted with you all, but he wants to donate 2 30-foot flagpoles in front of Dickman to host a Texas flag and a monthly historical flag. He said he would gladly take care of that, but that's something that will have to be discussed with the board. He asked me to mention it, so I did.
I have one question. I also appreciate the members trimming trees and such. But is that or is that not part of what DLP is supposed to do? Oh, it is.
They did it on their own.
I see.
I would also like to chime in, having seen prior members no longer here, do their own trimming, to the effect of cutting down trees, without authorization. I just want to make comment that, yes, volunteer work is great and clearly and done properly it benefits us all. However, it should be moderated, monitored, because I have also witnessed, as I said, trees, entire trees cut down, without appropriate approval or with request and statement made without it being verified. In other words, the board or whoever, and this is before your time,
Sure, yeah.
but a request was made that a tree is interfering with a property, which was not true, and an entire tree was cut down. And that has happened repeatedly, in Unit 1 specifically. So the point I'm making is, yes, volunteer work is great. However, it needs to be monitored, moderated, and requested and verified and approved prior to execution.
We have a process for doing that. We did last year. There's a form that needs to be filled out.
I'm going to
Any
be
work.
speaking to.
Oh, you're going to speak to that.
Okay, so that'll be addressed when
Yeah.
reservation comes up. All right.
I would also like to say that we're paying DLP for landscaping and part of their contract is tree trimming.
I
So,
understand that.
we appreciate the volunteers taking it upon themselves to do, but we either need to maybe get a discount from DLP for, since we have volunteers cutting trees and not them. But we need to look into that. That is in their contract as part of their, what we're paying them, $9,500 a month. For, and for some reason I thought we voted on 92. But
No.
I looked at the contract and it's $9,500 and some $38 or something like that.
We're gonna get on that subject and move on.
Yeah. So
Again, thank you to the volunteers. And I'm very appreciative for y'all's efforts.
Committee spraying.
Committee reports, no?
Are those same volunteers spraying along the Steels Road?
No, they're just cutting little branches.
No, but I saw somebody and it looks really good. I don't know what they're spraying.
I didn't see anybody spraying.
I think DLP is spraying some. I can
In a
verify.
red golf cart.
I would have to, I don't know.
But it looks, whatever they're spraying is helping.
Okay.
Committee reports. Airport,
It's in the, I think they want us to read that one.
they sent their report in. It said, with the recent rain, mowing, and mosquito management has been ongoing this month, the airport facilitated a military training exercise focused on supporting the Army forward operations planning and setup. We anticipate future partnerships as our field offers a rugged atmosphere to enable real-time training. The committee also worked on enhancing the security of the main hangar. Thank you for Clark Springs Airport Committee.
Next committee, architectural.
In the past month, we have approved 3 permit requests, tabled a permit request until more information is supplied, and are researching a complaint. We've extended the time on a violation to give the member more time to address problems. The member will report to us regularly on the progress being made. We've sent out multiple violations and one working without a permit letter. We are updating Resolution 9613 to meet how we currently handle our meetings. It will be read for the 3rd time in our next meeting and then presented to the Board of Directors for approval before filing with the county clerk. We're very happy to have 6 people on the committee now. It allows our members to be out of town when necessary and still have a quorum. We still have 1 opening for anyone interested in joining us.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. Golf committee. Nothing.
There is none on the golf committee.
Preservation.
We had a busy month. We had a field trip where we went and checked specific buildings that we're looking at right now. We went to Post Theater. That was the only building that we got a bad report on from historical commission. And so we are looking at addressing that right away. So because it doesn't impact our taxes. We also went to the stables and took our 3rd inspection of part of the stables. We have also gone to Seminole Hall in the back. There's a stair repair. It's an outside stairs that will need to be repaired. And then we also met with the Texas Parks and Wildlife biologists. We have a problem with bats, which we always have, but we are going to need to remove bats in the back of Seminole Hall and also in the adult center. We cannot take that task on until later in the year. The other thing that brings up is perhaps what we need to do is start putting bat houses around on the fort. Bats are great. They eat mosquitoes and different insects, but it would be nice if they wouldn't keep nesting in our buildings. So we'll see about that. Also, I mentioned, and Francis did too, the common property alteration form. So I got copies for y'all.
Just give it.
Just pass them all to me, Al.
I need one.
I don't need one. I have one.
Okay. There was a committee of volunteers that put this together. And do you remember when that was?
It was last summer. I think.
Yeah.
Last summer. Elizabeth Hodges, Francis, you were on there? Yeah.
Sandy, myself.
Sandy
Sandy
was
Hagan,
on it?
Chris
I was a liaison.
Chip Rickens, Remo.
Great. Well, it hasn't been implemented. And so part of the process is when somebody wants to do any work on the fort, on the property, and also that includes fort-owned property with the buildings, they need to fill out this form and go through the process. So what will happen is that it will go to the Historical Society and the Preservation Committee first. We will review it, and then we will pass it on to the Board of Directors with our comments of what we think, should it go through or not, and you all go from there and approve it or whatever you want to do. So that's my report. Is there any questions?
I would have sworn that some of the in the past, I'll do something.
I have a couple alterations.
Yeah, we've used it 3 or 4 times.
You said, yeah.
We've accepted it.
I
With the
have-
committee presented, we accepted it.
it, the process is to go to the Historical Society and Preservation first. And then it is presented to the board with our findings. I haven't seen it used.
But they've been submitted.
Did it go through the process?
Or, can I ask a question?
Okay, but.
Alteration, doesn't that mean if you're altering something that is not?
Yes.
Can I
Hold on.
speak to it since I'm
Hold on.
the one that did a lot of the writing of it? It was to be, it started with, we all knew there were major things you would see a bulldozer on.
Let's speak on the microphone.
Please, I'm-
I can speak loud, but you're right. We saw things happening to common grounds, not just buildings. And so we got permission, went through the process with the board, got a committee together. And the idea was that we hoped everyone would go through this process and submit it. There are times when it's just trimming tree limbs and the person explains what they're going to do. You don't need to go through the whole process because that would stop volunteer activity when you're not permanently altering something. But there are other times, and so several of us, when we thought we were going to do something that would require that, we went ahead as an example. Whatever we're going to do to common grounds, we turn it in. So we want to encourage, our idea was to encourage, but just like the time limit thing, not making a time limit, but encourage people to be polite and be brief. We wanted people to understand that that land belongs to every single person here. And so the way I would trim a tree might only be in the time of year that an arborist will tell you to trim a tree. It might only be limited because I want to keep a certain amount of shade. So when you fill out, it doesn't mean you can't, but when you fill that out, we're hoping people will tell us. But we also didn't want to discourage volunteerism. It's
Correct.
very important that everybody feel like they have a part in owning this place. And God knows we need the volunteers. So that may be why you didn't see it. It may have just been a minimal thing.
Well, but it's a process.
Let me interject
So
here.
she
I'm gonna,
said-
just let me interject. Because you're not wrong, but I don't think you're right either. The process is, once this application is completed and submitted to FCSA Board of Directors, the board will decide. Board will decide, based upon the type of common
Right.
property, whether to gather input, additional input, including from the general membership. After review from this form, the board will decide if additional information is needed to proceed with the project and will have the final approval of the project. At the bottom, it says there's a note. If the intended alteration is to historical property, input from Historical Society Preservation Committee is mandatory prior to submitting this form to the board.
Thank you for the correction.
So, I mean, there's times where you would never see this, and
Right.
if it is on a building and it's historical, yes, this has to go through y'all. But I don't think that we've approved anything that was historical or should have gone through y'all. But I could be wrong. I want to clarify that
Have you
there's,
been using this process is the question.
yes,
Okay.
The genesis of this form and this committee, those of you who remember is, and the board did approve it.
Yeah.
When we got the trees out in the gallery area over here in front of Colony Road, Mr. Peterson did get permission to flatten some of the golf course mounds so that we could use that dirt for the trees. It was board approved. After that, all hell broke loose, which then led to this committee, which I was a part of, and I'm in agreement. But yes, it's in regards to we can't pay Dickman purple without permission from the historic people and preservation and the board and everybody else. You know that, correct?
It's preservation.
Preservation. We cannot, if I recommend to paint Dickman Hall purple, y'all gonna deny it. I'd have to submit this one.
Well, let me say this, when you talk about this document. And part of what we deal with in preservation are we have to redo repairs that volunteers have, and they're very, they want to be helpful, but the repairs are not correct. And so we end up having to do more and more.
Can you give me the
correcting?
Are you talking specifically about the Staples now?
There's the Stables is a good example right now.
This is
That's current. We have dealt with other building repairs that have been taken on by volunteers. So we don't handle the interior of the buildings in the historical district, just the exterior. But I think we all know that there's also been a number of interior concerns where members, and they want to be helpful and they want to do the right thing. And like Elizabeth said, we want volunteers to work.
Absolutely.
However, there has to be some sort of oversight. Hence, I think this. So thank you for your time.
I want clarification on that last thing you said. So acknowledging that preservation is responsible for the shell of the building.
Right.
But are you saying then that you want alteration forms to be completed for internal repairs as well, like the floor deck?
I think it's something that needs to be talked about and how that, I think there does need to be probably something that goes on in terms of that. I don't know the answer to what that is, but I think that needs to be looked at too.
Okay, so we'll make note to make that a discussion of some form.
So if everyone, so just to clarify, so would trimming trees all the way up and down Scales Road be something that needed a common propagation form that would be sent through to the board to approve members doing that?
Can I address that?
Sure.
Well,
Unless you
I
want,
want to touch on that.
because you weren't on the committee, could I answer his question first?
Yes.
Okay. Our intent was to encourage people to continue to volunteer. But anytime, and Memo, I don't mean to, I never was sat at a board meeting where I saw approval for greens and tee boxes to be bulldozed down on, I don't remember ever hearing that voted on. So you could be right, but I don't remember that. And then stairs were taken down that went to the swimming pool. All of a sudden, they just disappeared, historic steps. Okay, so when those things were happening, it was the first time I reared my head to even speak at this meeting. So the idea is the problem we're having with that form, nobody really knows they're supposed to do it. And I think Ms. Bitter can tell you that I sometimes have to call her and say, for architectural committee, am I supposed to submit a form for this or not? So a lot of it's about communication and just encourage. I would say when you're in doubt, it won't take 10 minutes to fill that form out, fill it out. If you're going to take a saw or something to somewhere, explain how you're going to do it. So the intent was, yes, if you're going to take trees down all the way down Scales Road, first of all, we want to be able to be grateful to you for doing it. And second of all, we kind of need to know how you're going to go about it.
Right, exactly. That's how
There's also another form that needs to go with that, and that's a volunteer indemnity form, so that the fort is not held accountable if they cut their hand off or get hurt while they're doing their volunteer work. We need that indemnity form to go along with what they're doing. And it's just like Elizabeth said, communications. People are out here on the fort, they're doing things. I'll get an email, some of y'all will get an email. What are they doing? And it makes us look like we don't know what's going on the fort, and we need to know what's going on. We need that communication. We need to be able to answer these members and say, oh, yes, we know about that. They filled out the form. We have their indemnity form filled out. If they get hurt or something, the fort's not going to be liable for it. It's just we're like a small city here. We need to operate like one. We need to operate like we're a corporation and have all our ducks in a row. especially for liability. And like I said, we're gonna be talking to insurance today, and I'm sure it's gonna be a lot. It'll be a lot more if we have accidents and if we have things happening on here that we're not even aware of.
You know, Ms. Sharon, I respect what you're saying, but then that puts into effect. I know that Jason in the past has gone on the trails, cleared out some of the trails himself. I guess he would have to sign a form. Mr. Wiley brought in, he spent his time, his money, his machinery to come clear out stuff. I don't remember him signing a form. There has to be a level of reasonableness in all of this.
I don't think that form existed when I did those
Well,
tree clearing. It was before I was on the board.
Well,
It was
did
not.
not.
No,
it was
what I'm
like-
talking about
It did
indemnity.
not, but let me
We
just
have to be
clarify.
reasonable.
But reasonable can be determined by the board, filling out something for 10 to 15 minutes to say what you'd like to propose to do. Let me give an example. If you do more mowing and clearing on the trail, now that I'm more involved in learning about birding and butterflies and dragonflies, there are certain things you don't want to cut down if we want to continue to have those things, especially when we don't have water in those areas, which will draw people here to walk those trails. So there are lots of things that need to be considered before you just take a saw or something to it. Now, both of these guys did a great job. I probably have done a great job sometimes, but I have no problem because I don't know all the things that are involved, and you guys do. He would know about architectural things. John would understand if I do something and it's going to cause flooding or some the trail to fall off. You know, we all can't possibly know everything. I just don't understand why it's that big a deal to fill something out and let people know, oh, I'm going to help you with your property because we all own it.
I have
Where's
a
Mike?
question.
That's what I'm saying.
I just want to clarify. So if we're doing work such as I had work done on the retaining wall and Dickman's flooring. It was a exact material that we used. There was no alterations done, nothing different. Am I required to still fill out a form? Because I was not told to do that. I was only if we're altering.
Yeah.
I want to comment.
Say that?
That's a repair. That's not an alteration.
It's a repair.
Okay, so
But the form, it would be helpful to have the form filled out so we know what's happening.
I just want clarification on what I need to do then.
Not mandatory,
So
but
I
helpful.
want to point out though, although I haven't put my own eyes on it, I have seen pictures and Dickman floor is not a 1-for-1 replacement. But plywood,
That's not, I would.
I think you're talking about service club.
service club.
It's
No, that
temporary.
wasn't, that's not a permanent, that was only a temporary. I've explained that. That's not a permanent flooring.
Okay.
The flooring was
Collapsing.
sagging.
No, I understand. I just,
Yeah, that is not
Okay,
permanent
okay.
at all.
All right.
Okay.
I go along with Elizabeth. I don't know why we're going on and on about the form. It doesn't take that long to fill it out. We have just become aware of it. I never knew about it until Constance brought it up and then Elizabeth chimed in. We have a form. We have an indemnity form. It'll protect the fort. It needs to be done. If it's filled out, you can drop it in our email. We can look at it as a board, and if we need to call a special meeting and vote, we will. There just needs to be a procedure, and as Constance says, procedures and rules need to be followed, and it shouldn't be such a big step to do. If you're anywhere else, you have to follow the rules.
I want to say something, sorry. I did follow the rules. Well, let me finish, please. I was told if it's an alteration. What I did was not an alteration. So that's why I'm asking for clarification. If that's what you want in the future, I will do it. I did not break any rules.
I was not speaking to your alteration.
Well,
or
it was
your
on some
repair.
of your notes.
I'm just saying the form that could be filled out. It shouldn't be made into such a big deal about a form. And what you were doing is not a volunteer doing that. You're paying him. It's a paid bid, it would come before the board if it's gonna be
Right.
a certain amount.
Right.
So it's not, it's a completely different, we're not even talking about what you did on it. I'm not, and I don't know if anybody else is, but I'm talking about
You can go.
these volunteers that go into the NCO club and start tearing up a floor, and then we have to come back in and put temporary and spend money to fix it. That's what I'm talking about.
I
A volunteer, we need to know what they're doing before they start taking a hammer and ripping up flooring, and then we have to go in and pay to have it fixed.
Okay.
So it's nothing, you know, I wasn't speaking to anything you were doing on,
I just wanted to clarify.
yeah.
I just want to say I want John to speak. I just want to clear, we're venturing into topics that are further in the discussion.
Yeah.
So I stick to it.
Yeah. Look, this is not complicated. Read the form. The form clearly states, the form is required for any alteration of common property, a change to appearance, character, or structure, but not when common property is only being maintained to keep an existing state preserved from failure of decline. That's it. That's what this form's for. A lot of smart people did this. It sounds like we're all trying to learn what the form says. The form's right here. Let's read it and follow it and be done with it.
Thank you.
Recycling.
Good morning, everybody. And this is a whole different story.
You have a check for us? That'd be good news. You have a check for us?
I don't have a check yet. I'm hoping for maybe mid-July
Okay.
because we did ship, yay. Emptied the storage building of 23 bales and 18 boxes. Each one was weighed. I have a show and tell.
Wow.
Each
like a bingo
item
card.
is weighed because we don't want any cheating going on by the corporation that we send this stuff to. So, and we also put a weight on the box or on the bale of what we're getting. So there you go. Hopefully that was May 29th, and Lord knows when they send us the invoice and check. So, but that was May 29th. It was a good, each month, these prices varied depending on the global world. So we should be, well, it was $1,720 a ton for aluminum, which is the big seller. And believe it or not, milk cartons, which is so-called natural plastic, got 1,700 a ton. But you know, both of those items are very light. So I'm gonna tell you, we sent aluminum 1,298 pounds. So it's not 2,000, so it's not a ton. And natural, we only had 3 bales, so it was 639 pounds. So, you know, we're not getting a huge amount, but it is altogether hopefully worthwhile. Minus $600 for the truck. So there we go. Cardboard, 48 bales went out yesterday. So that's always a winner because we don't have to pay for the the truck who does the shipping. So that's a big deal. Weight wise, cardboard's heavy and we don't have to pay for the truck. So we do pretty good. So we did have to spend 215 on bale wire for both of us. So that's 100 apiece. I give half to maintenance for their cardboard bales and half for us. So
Ms. Elena, are we still maintaining an account for you? Are we still maintaining an account for you? for her
I
with the
assume
collection?
that, I never did ask. I
It's
think
supposed
a
to be a
couple of
separate
years
account.
ago,
Yeah.
yeah, we're supposed to have line item for recycle. last time I
Usually write
looked,
checks.
the
before you got your
accounting,
Oh, okay, I was like,
last time I looked, the accounting lady told me, oh, I have to check with the board chairman. And, I requested that from, Lisa, I never got an answer.
Okay, so you haven't got an amount of it, you haven't gotten, recently, you haven't got amount of the checks that you have an account of the checks that you present to us.
I keep track,
Okay,
I keep track.
so what you
I
have,
never
Cindy,
checked with
okay,
the accounting people, so I don't know. I mean, I think the board agreed like last year, maybe 2 years, that it would be a line item for recycle center.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Very appreciative. Are you still in need of volunteers? at the
Always,
Recycle center?
always need
There we
people.
go, folks. We need volunteers there.
Yeah, our people are so good. They have at least 6 people have said, oh, I'll do twice a month. So
So you're saying that we're holding your funds for any recycling money you're taking and spending, we have it in our general fund account like
I'm
it?
not sure. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either. I guess we need to figure that out.
We were supposed to have a line item for recycle.
you bring us the check, right?
Always,
Okay. I'll look into it for you.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, because I know what we've spent and what we've taken in, so
Okay. I'll look.
we could get together maybe.
And what's our rule? Like that's earmarked for recycling to put back into recycling. That's our agreement with
Well,
recycling.
that's what I would assume, because when I have a bill for the baling wire, I go to,
That's where it's coming from. That's what it was set up for.
Manager.
I guess we need.
And then I get a check.
P&L on recycling. See,
Yeah,
great, you're doing.
yeah. So it's a profitable statement, but the thing is, it's all volunteer.
It's awesome.
All volunteer, remember that, we're working very hard and sweating a lot now that it's 95 degrees every day, so.
Thank you so much, Alina. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to really thank recycling. I've been here a couple of years and I finally found where you were. It's a very pristine and organized. It's very impressive.
Oh,
What
yeah,
y'all do now.
yeah, I agree.
Community council report? Community council report?
I just have a brief summary that Richard sent me. The pickleball project, it's still in the planning stage. We still need about $2,000. We're gonna have a booth at the 4th of July to try to raise a little bit more money for that. We're creating the first annual organizational and networking meeting. Maria's been in charge of that. She's coordinating with all the committee reps for July 17th, 10 o'clock in the NCO club, to launch a community calendar and involve other local clubs. Spring fall raffle results. The winner was Doug Braybill, won the solo stove. The hammock and the kayak won by Matt Bland and Tom Kovacs, and they donated those back to be raffled again. The pool hall project. I sent this proposal to all of you board
Yes.
members and to the GM. Can I read it?
Go ahead.
Okay. Community council is proposing that the 2 good pool tables and pool table lights be moved to the 2 large corner rooms in the main section of the adult center by maintenance. We will add sensors from Simply Safe to the 4 doors that will not be utilized, and add a card reader to the front door like the one at the gym, utilizing the same entry card. 2 cameras will be installed and monitored by Simply Safe. Anything suspicious occurs at the adult center, Simply Safe will contact security. The center section of the adult center has HVAC and plumbing that works, unlike the wing where the pool tables currently reside. We propose setting up a card room in one of the smaller rooms, utilizing the game table and chairs donated by Annabelle McNew. The cost of this project will be $275 for cameras and sensors, and $320 a year for 24/7 monitoring by Simply Safe. $300+ for carpet cleaning. We're still waiting on that bid. We'll get the carpet quote this week. Community council will cover the carpet, cameras, sensors, and 1 year of monitoring. We've been told the fort still has a card reader that was not installed at the gym that can be utilized at the adult center. By paying for the first year of monitoring, community council gives the board of directors time to include monitoring in the 2027 budget. This proposal outlines the desire to open up the adult center for use by the membership, especially those wishing to have access to pool tables in a comfortable environment. This plan focuses on that desire using funds that community council currently has available to provide more amenities to the membership. We look forward to your support and collaboration in bringing this project to completion as soon as possible. Our unfinished business, we had, Sharon, you were still working on, the adult center grant and asbestos.
I haven't heard anything back. When I get up, I was trying to get, some information from, the government, as to what they've done. I think they did some things, or somebody did some things. But I haven't gotten a letter back yet.
And this would be a good time to make the point that we're moving into the center part of the adult center. The asbestos is not an issue. The asbestos is in the basement. As long as we don't bother it, it's fine.
Yes, that's what I've been told, that as long as we're not in the basement and at the asbestos, it's not gonna affect the rest of the building.
The AED unit has not yet been installed at the RV park. For the stable repairs, a new quote is being worked on. $900 has been raised in the GoFundMe. We suggested that Linda have a booth at the 4th of July event to raise awareness, and an amount of $1,000 was added to the community council reserve fund for the stables. Community council will be selling water and watermelon at the Duck Inn. Marla Palmer is organizing those volunteers. And there'll also be a booth there for 4 days. This was a community concern. Google Maps was on the fort photographing the area for street review. Residents can request blurring of street views on Google Maps. If you need assistance, you can email Richard Moore. Road striping.
Yeah, you talk to me.
We just keep that on there. And the overhanging trees on the streets, I believe.
Yes, we talked about it yesterday.
That's all.
I have one question. Do we have Wi-Fi distributed to the areas where you're gonna put the cameras? Or that's gonna be?
There is Wi-Fi at the adult center. Yes.
Is it, I mean, where are you putting the cameras? Like,
There'll be 2 indoor cameras, just.
oh, in the main part of it.
Yeah, just so that when somebody comes in, we'll know who that is at what time,
And
just like for the
what was the
gym.
plan with the pool tables? Is that pool table room gonna be open, or we're gonna move the pool tables?
We're gonna move the pool tables. There are 2 large rooms in each back corner of the center section of the adult center. We're gonna put a pool table in each one of them.
All right, thank you.
Just real quick, are the pool tables functional? Are they in good
Yes.
shape?
Yes.
Okay, so the only cost would be the maintenance to move them from point A to point B.
I do think we need to get new pool sticks though.
That's something we could look at.
Well, yeah, I'm
We
pretty
have like-
sure.
We like to have a little over $1,200 left over from the concession stand remodel.
Okay.
Are the cameras gonna be in the rooms where the pool tables are?
We were just gonna put them out in the hall so that we know who's there.
Who's coming in and out?
Yeah, that's fine. If they get damaged, we'll know who entered and when.
Yeah,
Is the car, is there gonna be hours, or should we have a key code? you can like-
it's gonna be just like the gym.
Perfect.
In fact, you told me you'll have another.
We
Like-
have it was a dual door system,
Uh-huh.
so I'm thinking that we can contact the manufacturer and say, like, we have this piece we're not using, do we maybe need one more piece instead of ordering the whole thing, but we're gonna have to investigate if, do we have every single part necessary to use it?
Okay, but that's what we'd like to do is use the same mechanism.
Yeah, it would.
So that the same part
It
works.
may be a little challenging to mount it. I'm not sure how the doors are there, but when we did the one in the gym, if the magnet, it's electromagnet that locks it. If you don't get it lined up and bounced just right, it won't catch and it won't close and it won't work. But I'm sure there's a way to get it to do. Cool. Thank you.
Francis, one more question. The pickleball, you're short how much?
$2,000.
Okay, so nothing has been purchased, nothing has happened because we're $2,000 short?
Yes.
Okay, I would, something that we ought to consider as a board to provide that, to get that pickleball going.
I will say, I've already talked to, Mrs. Oliver, that she has to fill out a, alteration form. Because it actually is going to go over the layer of the
Tennis
tennis court.
It's not historical.
I know, but it's an alteration.
Okay.
It's common property.
It's still an alteration.
Okay.
So yes, I have already talked to her about it. So it'll be going.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if we can afford it and we don't get any more donations, folks, we need more donations for pickleball. If we don't get the donations, I'm hoping that the budget will allow for it to help out.
Okay, and we may have some other.
And that's if everybody's in agreement.
Okay,
Thank you.
Our next, on the agenda, the next item is our email vote.
I got it.
I would like to make a point of order when you.
I'm just gonna announce it, then you can make your, next, these email votes, regarding, approving volunteer on Mr. Timmy Nicolai on May 30th, 2025. And approving volunteers, former directors Travis Hugh and Chris Race on June 6th, 2025.
On our email votes, doing some research, I found that there's a conflict between our bylaws and our declaration. On our bylaws, when we do an email vote, it's 4 of the board members. On the declaration, it has to be all 5. So since there's a conflict on email votes, I'm recommending that until the board has a chance to try to see if we have to amend that or fix it so that we're not in conflict with each other, that we just go ahead. If we have to do votes, we're gonna have to call special meetings. And because we have the Zoom on our special meetings, I think we can always have a quorum. But until we get that resolved, with that conflict, we need to not have any email votes. We'll only have.
Unless they're unanimously approved by everyone. That's what the declaration says, that they need unanimous approval to hold it. Read it.
So, if we have to amend it, it's something we'll have to discuss and decide. If we do have to go in and amend it or decide to amend it, or either has to be everybody or just 4. I would propose that we wait and put that on the ballot because the members have to vote on that. And if we wait until the next election and put it on the ballot, it won't be an extra cost to have to do that.
Well, in that case, are these invalid then? Is that what you're saying? Are these invalid votes?
These votes really didn't have to be taken for volunteers. The only reason that we did do an email vote on that was they were going to be helping with Buildium. And because they were helping and had some possibly personal information, we wanted them to have a background check and to sign a confidentiality if they were going to be working in Buildium. So Ms. Shalina felt like she would need the support of the board to allow those volunteers to work in there, and that's what we did. It wasn't really a required vote for volunteers.
But we did want to implement that going forward, because if anybody's gonna be working as a volunteer with personal information, if you have access to QuickBooks, you can look at anything in there. Doesn't mean you can change it, but you can. And we thought that would be a good practice to sign the form, have a background check, and to sign a confidentiality form.
That's correct. We're just trying to get our ducks in a row. If there's people that have comments about it. So the vote wasn't illegal. It wasn't a required vote, but it was a vote of confidence for our GM that she was including us, and a vote of confidence that she's looking out for our personal information and things like that. But in the future, we will be having a special meeting. We will not be having email votes because of this conflict.
Thank you.
Was it unanimous on those votes? Would everybody vote for it? Was it unanimous so that it could be considered legal, correct?
On number one, it was four, abstain or not voted, and the other one was for
Okay.
and abstained.
I would like to note that before one director puts the handcuffs on us, that we all look at the declaration, the bylaws, and confirm what it is that any one of us directors says, in an open meeting to another director. So I think we need to do our own research before we just full stop on email votes.
That's fine. I mean, I read it as it says unanimous in the declaration. I mean, that's the word unanimous. In the
So that'd be four.
Okay, that's fine. We don't need to go over it. I'm just saying, like,
No, no,
I'm just saying, we need to all
I
look at that.
agree.
We need to be
double check that.
Memo, can I
Yeah.
address some of this?
Yeah.
On the email votes, I want to point out that, that these email votes were not done correctly, because I'm the one that did not get a chance to vote on the first one and abstained from the second. I'll read 209 to you, and this isn't to beat up the board, but it is to be transparent. Except as provided by the subsection, the board may take action outside of a meeting, include voting by electronic or telephonic means without prior notice to owners under subsection E, if each board member is given a reasonable opportunity to express the board member's opinion to all other board members and to vote. And that's also in order. So you have to be able to express, you have to submit an email vote to the board. Then there has to be a time of opinion. Then there's a time of vote. And 209 specifically puts it that way so that that every member does get an opportunity to voice their opinion. And the first appointment of a member, the vote happened in 3 hours, actually less than 3 hours. So that is not a reasonable amount of time. I work for a living, so I wasn't able to look at my emails and check and see if there was an email vote. I wasn't notified by text. So I think that's important to note. And secondly, in the second volunteer vote, it transpired over less than a 24-hour period. And when I voiced my opinion, which I specifically asked in the first appointment for a resume, which I think is important for anybody going to be in our finances. I think that's reasonable. I was not given a resume. And then in the second vote, I asked for resumes and background checks because in the prior month's meeting, we had so much on the agenda that I was going to say that we have volunteers that are in our personal information. They need to have background checks. I think every board member should go through a background check. It's reasonable. And for stating my opinion as per property code 209, I was gaslit and told that that I was discriminating against the people volunteering. I was targeting them, and that I was told I was off topic. But yet, in this month's agenda, item number 6 is that we are going to talk about people being qualified and that they're going to have background checks, which I think is completely reasonable. So I want the membership to know why that I did not vote in the first one and why I abstained in the second.
And I'll admit it was my mistake not to send a text to everyone at the time that the vote was taking place, so I'll take my hit on that.
Let's be clear that text
Hold on,
message
hold
is
on.
not a supported
It was a practice, it was a practice.
Email is our official.
Jason,
notes.
I'm
Point
accepting,
of order, point of order.
I am accepting responsibility for not sending him the text.
Text is not a requirement of anything. Check your email.
Is 3 hours reasonable? Is it an emergency?
No, I wouldn't say it's an emergency, but it was not a big thing. And you could ask for the second 2 volunteers' resumes, but everyone knows they've been on the board, they've been in the books, they've all done this before. They're not like immigrants I picked up at Stripes parking lot and drug up in here.
That's a great point, Jason, and you're not wrong about your point. We have to start somewhere. That's my point. Okay? I'm just saying we got to start somewhere. It's a good policy. If you go to a bank and you try to get hired, they're going to do a credit score check. They're going to do a background check. It's at the end of the day, it's a good policy.
And we did take that into consideration. And they did have background checks and they have signed their non-confidentiality agreement. We took care of all that. We answered your uh, things and applied that to the vote. And sometimes things happen pretty quickly. If they wanted to work the weekend, they wanted to try, we're trying to get building up and going. And because they have had background, been on the board, been elected before, we didn't want it. But we did follow the rules that John
And
suggested, and it will be a discussion in executive session. We will be having volunteer rules and also the volunteers signing that indemnity clause, because we cannot be liable for somebody getting hurt on the board if they're doing a volunteer job.
For clarification, the record was a criminal record check. We didn't do a credit check on any of the volunteers. And then since then, Jason, either Mr. Nicolai resigned or you let him go? What
it
happened
wasn't a
with Mr.
good fit.
Nicolai?
It wasn't a good fit.
So he resigned or you let him go?
No, he decided it wasn't a good fit for him. And
Okay.
all his access has
So
been.
Mr. Nicolai is no longer a volunteer on this project. The two people that are assisting Jason Long on this project are Travis Yu and Ms. Chris Race.
And just to be clear, in the time I was on the board before the board changed, there was numerous email votes that were cut off before I had time to respond, or I didn't even know about the thing happening. So it's not like, oh, this is something new that an email vote got thrown in the morning and voted in by the end of the day. There's all kind of things that have come up, and I've complained about it in email before. So it's not like it's something that's never happened in the history of this place.
Public comment?
Hold on just a second, Tony. You are completely right. And those were almost every single one of those were operational. And that is not the same as this right here. Those were operational emergencies, number one. And number two, I think it is great that Chris and Travis are helping out. And I stated in my email that I would have voted yes. The problem here is how I was called out and gaslit for off-topic discrimination and targeting, which is BS. That is the problem here. As a director, I should never be spoken to like that in an email when I have every right, property code 209 states it, to have a voice and an opinion prior to the vote. That's my problem.
So my suggestion is that since we now have Zoom, when we need to do something, let's just call a Zoom special meeting with 72 hours notice to everyone, including you. And then we'll all get on the TV and talk about it for 15 or 20 or 30 minutes or however long it takes to resolve. And the memberships can watch that and it'll be so transparent, you can't believe it. And everybody will be happier in their life.
And it will be on our agenda next meeting that the email votes will be disbanded until we can
Well, technically, they're disbanded right now.
effective right now, but we'll have it on our agenda to vote on. We need to vote that that's what we're gonna do. And we just need to put it on our agenda for next
We
meeting.
need to go on, we
They're
have the
not
public who wants to
they're not
chime in.
disbanded right now. We've all agreed that we're gonna look into it. We're gonna read the declaration. We're gonna come back to it. Not one person can disband the email votes. We have to agree to that. If we're gonna vote on it now, then someone motion it and then let's see. But if not, then we're gonna review it and work it out.
Right, I think we decided that I think the proper rule is to discuss it in executive session, put it on the agenda for next month. And we'll come to a conclusion on next month as to what's gonna happen.
That's not what he's asking. He's asking to call for a motion now or after executive session.
We can't, it's not a discussion item.
Yeah.
It's not on there.
And
It's
the
not.
declaration change is not
Ladies and
really
gentlemen, we have-
appropriate for executive session. That's an open session conversation, which is what we're doing now. But it can be over with. I mean, well, let's move on by all means. Just let's review it later via email or with the attorneys or whoever and figure it out.
Well, we paid the attorneys enough. Public comment, please. Public comment. Let's move on. Public comment.
So my question is, do you think that having previously served on the board exempts you from more further scrutiny to serve as a volunteer that's going to have access to my or any of the members' personal information?
No, and that's why we're looking at our rules, and it will be in our rules, and that's why we have to put it on next month's
you-
agenda that they will be having, if they're gonna be in, helping them and with things like that, that there will be a background check and a non-disclosure.
Well, you made that point twice.
Right.
Ms. Wolf. And I personally don't think that that exempts you from further scrutiny. There's a lot of discussion about this, and first of all, I will point out to you that I was previously on the board, and I never heard you complain about not having enough time, Jason, to be able to participate in an email club. Regardless, this is a process that you should add to the heap of what your general manager does. It's simple enough to establish the protocol for engaging with volunteers. If you've established the protocol that requires confidentiality agreements, as well as anything else that you believe would be important to the protocol, turn it over to your general manager. This is a form of micromanaging what's going on in this organization that is totally unnecessary. Your general manager can decide. And there was a brief discussion about Buildium. Why hasn't Buildium been up and running already? It seems to me that we engaged in that process. We had the people in place. We had a volunteer of the board that was going to complete the Buildium process, and it hasn't happened. I don't, yes, if we need volunteers to assist with that, let your general manager take control and quit micromanaging what she does on a daily basis.
Charlene, who was the first person I came to and asked about these volunteers?
Yeah.
I came to
Yeah.
you directly and cleared it with you and got this settled. So don't assume, sir,
Then-
that I just blew off stuff and micromanaged her, because that's far from the truth. And if you want me to pull up emails where I was complaining about being cut off on email votes, I could spend my time on that for you too.
And as John said, it was an operational decision. Miss Charlena had asked for support from the board on this because it was in Buildium. And we gave her that support. It was an operational thing. That's why I said it wasn't a required vote. It was a vote of support for our general manager. And we are certainly not micromanaging her. We just are communicating. She's communicating when she needs the board, and we want to be here to help her.
In the spirit of transparency, real quick, Ms. Sen, we paid $10,000 towards the building a year ago. We're gonna have another $10,000 bill coming. It is, I still don't know, and I've asked Jason several times, I think we're 50% done, 60% done, 70% done. The volunteers have been in place a couple of weeks. My hope, my dream is that it'll be done immediately because it's gone live. And for various reasons, it's not totally up and running. It is running, but it's not running. Correct, Jason?
It is running.
Okay, it's running.
And bills, checks and bills and everything is being entered in there starting May the 1st. We are balancing the transfer of balances from QuickBooks, which has had various challenges due to the plethora of ways that different members, staff, consultants, and who not has entered in these different ways to transactions. And that is a time-consuming, mostly manual process.
Okay, so is there a timetable as of today with your volunteers working for you?
We just engaged a company that specializes in Buildium, and we've only spoken to them once on the phone, and
Ms. Grace, Ms. Sandy's gonna speak first.
Okay.
Thank you.
Speak first.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, but the thing is, my point is, just for transparency, we're a year and a half into this. And my hope is that maybe 90 days or 60 days.
it should not be that long.
It shouldn't be that long.
No, I mean,
Because I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
this thing is gonna cross into all manner of things that probably need to be discussed in executive session. You want me to start opening my mouth? You're not gonna like what I hear. So you want to talk about this in executive session, why there was significant delays? Let's do it.
Well, I'm aware of a lot of them. So, very good, Miss Sandy?
I'm sorry, but I have sciatica, so standing is painful. I would like to remind the board, and you should know this, that if there is a conflict between state law and our declaration, state law applies. If there's a conflict between the declaration and our other governing documents, bylaws, whatever, declaration applies. So this argument about email is moot, because what the declaration says is what you go by. It also, both the 209 and the governing documents state what can be addressed in an email vote. So maybe go back and read that. But this comment, yeah, you'll never change it by voting, and you have to have 67 or something percent of the membership, not just the voting membership, to change the declaration bylaws. So if there's, and there will constantly be conflicts as the law changes and our governing documents don't keep up because of the way we have to vote on. So I would suggest that this discussion be put to bed, because you simply go by the declaration. That's the order of importance and order of authority.
So,
Thank you.
so
Thank you,
you
Miss Sandy.
read up into our documents extensively. What is your opinion on how many people it takes to approve an email vote?
Whatever the declaration says, which I believe is the full vote. But you can still do an email vote.
With
Right.
unanimous consent of the board.
Yes,
Okay.
it tells you exactly how to do it in there. That's all you have to do. And I agree with your suggestion that you go back and all of you read it. And then you'll have your answer. And there's no, and just unilaterally stopping anything by one director is not appropriate. So anyway, that's just and I think Tony will agree with me. States first, declarations second, and our other governing documents are third. Okay.
I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I wasn't stopping it with one director. I was saying we need to discuss it. And if we've been doing it wrong and taking
Ms. Reese?
4 votes, then we need to look at it. That's all I was saying. I didn't say stop it.
I'm gonna do this as calmly as I possibly can, because I am pissed. I've heard multiple times that I quit the board. I quit for serious reasons. The board that I was on at that time was seriously micromanaging the general manager, not let him do his job. That has changed. That's fine. As far as QuickBooks and Buildium, I was on the initial change based on what Alan Peterson asked. He asked for a committee, a task force to come together to transfer from the black system, which is antiquated, into QuickBooks. When I was finished in May of 23, the accounts receivable for members was totally balanced from the black system to QuickBooks. Yesterday's meeting with the auditor gave a rating of 8 out of 10 for the 2023 books. 23 books. That was the ones that Jim and I were involved in. That means we did a pretty damn good job, and it was balanced. Since then, QuickBooks has been changed multiple times. Now we're doing Buildium. Buildium is a good product. We can't go backwards now. We don't have it in QuickBooks. It's in Buildium. So we have to keep moving forward, getting those balances in from QuickBooks into Buildium, and get Buildium up and running, just like QuickBooks was running at the end of May 23. Hopefully you've already worked a little bit with Ojo. Hopefully they are well versed in Buildium and QuickBooks. Hopefully they will be able to come in. We can continue our work as volunteers, and they can finish up the Buildium transfer. The other point of contention from me is when I was working on QuickBooks prior, I was always a volunteer. I was not working there as a board member. I am now a volunteer. I am not working as a board member.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
May I say something?
Go ahead.
Because I don't get to talk to you very often, John and Tony, you all may not know this. I believe Jason didn't realize his idea when we first got into building was the API would be able to do what he wanted. And I believe through all the different changes in building and how complex that it had to be, I didn't even know this until I had to work on some members' accounts that took me an hour to do to get it completely correct. So I don't think that realization, but as working through it, you learn that, didn't you? And I think you should explain that so they understand why.
Yeah, so. All right, musical microphone. Like I had said before, the way that they were entered and maintained in the QuickBooks is not consistent. So previously, when I migrated system data, when you find a pattern, you can pull in hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of accounts at one time. But when they are entered in different ways by different people over different periods of time, it's difficult to just automate everything without verifying by hand. So that is what Chris has been doing. She put in 10 hours the other day. I know because the Buildium app on my phone was banging up all day long. Boom, Chris has completed a task. Chris has tagged you in a task. You have been tagged, you have been tagged. So I know she's been working on it. So basically, at this point, the ones that can be automated, simple ones like people that had a pre-existing balance and it was just applying towards their things, or people that had consistent credit card payments for the same amount every time. Those have been able to be imported fairly easily with the API automatically, but I still need someone to look at them and go, oh, wait, we missed one payment, or, oh, there was an idiosyncrasy in this data and we need to get it corrected. And that is the process that we're doing now. We have engaged Ocho, they are a partner with Buildium. They specialize in bookkeeping for Buildium, and they also do QuickBooks.
We're gonna talk about you in a little.
Okay.
And I do kind of want to put out there too that, you know, our staff tried to do what we needed to, but in all reality, we did not have
Enough.
that we didn't have the time because we were waiting on people, we were waiting on members. I don't have the time to help either. And you really have to be very detailed orientated, and it has changed multiple times since you've been doing it. You found something new every single time you worked in it, correct?
Yes.
Which it didn't let, I mean, I know that now. But that's important to everybody to understand that so many things have been changed because we found something new that building doesn't or does, that they want done, and we've had to adapt to that. So it's a great system, very complex. Once everything's in there, I think it'll be fine.
It's not so complex to enter in a payment and have Buildium distribute your money to historic, restricted, and membership and residential fees. That once everything is up to date, it does that automatically, and the staff needs minimal knowledge of the internal workings of that. But to migrate accounts in QuickBooks would have nested payments. Like if you have a membership account and then you have a residential account and memberships underneath it, payments can be made at the top level and distributed any which way between the sub accounts. And that makes it very challenging to just get out the answers that you want because the account structure is not exactly the same in Buildium and it does not operate the same way as QuickBooks does. QuickBooks, you assign a payment to specific invoices. In Buildium, you do not assign a payment to specific invoices. You assign a payment to specific chart of accounts, general ledger codes. So you don't pay off a specific bill for legal fees. You say this payment goes $1,000 towards legal fees, and then you know your balance towards legal fees. That's the way it works. I believe it's simpler, but it takes effort to get over the hill to ski down the other side.
And you have to remember that what was balanced at the end of 23, Triumvir came in and changed it to a new QuickBooks. They migrated it into a new QuickBooks. I'm working with 2024. Jason is working with 2024, 20, QuickBooks files, not the 2023 files. When the auditor gave the rating of 8 out of 10 for 2023, he gave a rating for 2024 of 6 out of 10. So that means it went downhill instead of either staying steady or getting
Ms.
better.
Reese, for clarification, I was at the meeting too yesterday, and we got a rating, just for the ones who didn't pay attention, we got a rating of 5 on the 22. A rating, because I asked for the rating from 1 to 10. We got a quick rating of an 8 in 23, and we got a rating of 6 in 24.
Yes, we did.
However, just for further clarification, in 23, that year, an audit wasn't submitted to the annual meetings, it wasn't completed in 23. So that board of that year made sure that the following year, we got 2 audits that were reported at the annual meeting. And this last annual meeting, we had the final audit. So yes, I was a part of the board in 22 when we failed to prepare the audit. Mr. Peterson quit on us and left us hanging, so we had to scramble as a minimal board at the time. So I'm appreciative of how far we've come, and I think we're in a much better position. The auditor said we passed all audits, and it was right or wrong, what everyone wants to believe, but the audits were spearheaded by Lisa Bell, all 3 of them. Next item, budget, old business, budget due in August 2025. We've had it on the agenda here for several months, so it won't fall off the radar. Ms. Sharon has requested that we have maybe a workshop in July for the budget and to also discuss the HOA fees, which is also part of old business. Is that correct, Ms. Sharon?
Yes, I think 1 and 3. I think 1 and 3 could be combined. You could
Yeah.
combine those.
Great.
So that we can have get our budget out on time in August. It's due in August, so it'll give us time to have a workshop, maybe several workshops.
Okay.
To try to work.
A decision, we want to make a decision by the August meeting. So Ms. Shar's team will have enough time to,
Right.
if the fees go up, and that'll have to be decided based on monies, of course. And today we're gonna have a discussion about insurance as well in executive session. Motel, anything about I know you're gonna talk about the motel under building repairs. Anything specific about the motel you want to talk about?
Well, no.
No.
I am going to talk about the motel, but that is separate to a big general issue.
The
about
building repairs?
Yeah,
Okay.
but the motel,
It's still on the ongoing old business.
I'll make it quick just so everyone knows where we are. Last week, I received some photo documentation of existing beam column rafter connections to reference what we consider historic. Assuming we get out of this meeting with daylight left, I intend post-meeting.
We're working hard
to continue. Where we are is in an effort to not cost the board money. I will be going engineer details for the engineer to approve or revise. That way we only get a limited amount of time that they have to review and talk to me. Hopefully I can keep it to an hour or 2 as opposed to the potential 12 to 16 hours I'm going to spend generating the details. And those need to be approved by preservation, but that's where we are in the process. And with those details approved by the engineer, then we have a real scope to get priced for the repairs. That is where we are on the motel.
Thank you. Stables, we're working on it.
A little bit.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. O'Brien.
I just want to make people aware that through the GoFundMe page, we have received $1,490.
Very good.
And the Community council was very gracious and gave us 1,000. Thank you, community council. Which was very exciting for me. Anyway, so now we're looking at about 2,500, and the bill that the quote was 12.2. Well, I do have a question for Aaron. Are you going to be the person getting picks, buys the metal?
So similar to the motel, and use for stables and other, the connections that I'm going to be developing for the motel would be applicable for the stables and serve as a starting point for future repairs on
That's what I was thinking.
stables and any other structure that has these type of conditions. We can use it as a template for types of repairs. Yes. So the work is not a one-off. It hopefully and on other future buildings, because this is where I'm venturing into building repairs, but I'll reserve that for building repairs. But yes, for the stables, 100%, these connections are going to be very closely related to
Okay.
stable state.
So at some point, not today, we would talk about the expense of that with regard to the farm. Because I don't have any idea now. Jim has come up with, I haven't seen it, but some sort of a quote about these kind of things. I didn't realize that you were going to do that. I don't know what the quote is, but in essence, we don't need what he's doing because what you're doing is probably more applicable. We need to talk about this, you and I. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let me just go a little bit further here. I think the work will be, it would, instead of looking at a huge number for numerous jobs, maybe we could do it in increments. Because the money is going to be coming in increments by the sounds of it. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
And the first part probably should be Aaron's, whatever you call those things. I don't.
Connection to us.
Thank you. I do want to inquire as to whether or not I can participate in executive session. We talked about this.
We have you scheduled.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to sit down.
Yes. Assistant Treasurer, Jason, you want to talk about that? I mean, it's just an update. You're going to change, I mean, other what you, I don't know, a very short synopsis of what the attorney told us.
Yes, the attorney basically said that the board has the power to appoint assistant treasurer. He said that the bylaws were ambiguous and could be interpreted either way. One way is that the board. Do you want to read what he said?
Yeah, I'd rather not paraphrase. I'd rather the.
Who has a copy of it?
I have a copy.
I sent a copy of it to your email if you want to put it up on the screen.
Just read it. Read it.
I don't know if you can or not.
I have my email set up on.
Oh, okay.
Boards.
I can remind you.
Hot seat.
Do you have
Story of my life.
1 and 2? I made it a little bit bigger here. You need it.
She has it here, really. Yeah, for your training videos.
Okay. Question 1. Whether bylaws, Article B, Sections 1 and 3 allow the board to appoint an assistant treasurer who is not a director. This quote, the cited provision that officers quote, shall be duly elected directors, end quote. Yet those sections also provide for board appointments, which could be argued is distinct from elections of directors. The elected directors language sentence of Article 5, Section 1 is followed by a listing of following positions: president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. One could argue that those 4 officers are the only intended elected directors who serve as officers. It goes on to state that the association may also have, at the discretion of the board, 1 or more additional vice presidents, 1 or more assistant secretaries, 1 or more assistant treasurers, or other officers as may be appointed by the provisions of Section 3, Article 5. It is also noted that 1 person may hold 2 or more offices, except those of the president and the secretary. one could argue that those appointed subordinate or other officers, other than president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, do not have to be elected directors as long as they are not the president or secretary. In sum, it is open to different interpretations. For example, 1, the requirement to be a director applies only to the 4 leading officer positions, not to subordinate appointed officers such as assistant treasurers. Or 2, the requirement of an officer being an elected director applies to all officers, subordinate or not. From a practical standpoint, the former, number 1, makes the most sense. But I recommend addressing the issue through an amendment to the bylaws. Without knowing what sort of precedent or other conduct, if any, has been accepted by the membership before on this issue, I would err on the side of caution until an amendment is approved and take the latter, number 2 position that an appointed officer needs to be also an elected director, whether subordinate or not. Next question 2. Whether any further action beyond majority board vote is required to finalize the appointment. I am of the opinion that only a majority vote by the board at a meeting where there was a quorum would be all that is needed to finalize the appointment. Thank you, Josh Cummings.
Anything else?
Well, this is the point of the minutes prior. Motion was passed with condition to the lawyer being submitted questions, which we agreed to these questions.
Correct.
And the questions were sent and they were answered. So the motion passed. We have executed the the conditional requirement of that vote. And there are 2 statements. One that John told me. I got this one. One is that this it does have a better version. It says that the board can, at its discretion, have a subordinate officer, and then 2, to err on the side of caution, but also, hey, y'all should try to pass an amendment if this is what you're doing. But it also says that 1 makes the most sense, which is that the board can create a subordinate officer with the board vote. And then furthermore, the second answer 2, I'm of the opinion that only a majority vote by the board in the meeting was where there was a quorum would be all that is needed to finalize this appointment. So we have 2 questions, 3 statements. 2 of the 3 say the motion is passed. And then the third or the second part of, the one says, but on the side of caution, there should be clarity made in an amendment to the bylaws. So this opens up then, 1, that the motion was passed, 2, that an amendment should be made. And well, I believe that is where Ms. Wolf has language for that.
I put in the board packet a proposed amendment to clarify the ambiguity. I'm going to say it now. I need some water. To clarify what the attorney has said, there is a proposed amendment in the packet that I put for them to review. We'll review it. We'll talk about it in executive session. And then the vote will be at next meeting after the members have a chance to also look at the proposed amendment. Actually, the only clarification in it is that a subordinate officer would be working under the direction of a treasurer, the assistant treasurer will work under the direction of the treasurer, and that he does not have to be an elected official. It is a voluntary appointed position.
I would like to say here, and I read it pretty much the same way as you, but I would like to clarify that he's saying here, number 1 makes the most sense, but his recommendation his actual recommendation is addressing this issue through an amendment to the bylaws without knowing what sort of precedent or course of conduct, if any, has been accepted by the membership before on this issue. So I think we have to separate things out here and say what makes the most sense, but I recommend. So his recommendation is that we have an amendment to the bylaws. If you just ask him, and I'm making an assumption as I would read this, that once that bylaw was in place, that your second question is then relevant, which is I'm of the opinion that only a majority vote of the board at a meeting where there was quorum would be needed to finalize the appointment. But that would be with the bylaw in place. That's how I read it.
Anything to say?
Yeah, I do. So the unfortunate use of numbers naturally makes a process order, but the reality is the questions are just presented in that order. So it's not a one, two follows one as a rule. It is just a second point being made. It could have a bullet point instead of a number. But I am in agreement, however, regarding the amendment part that we're talking about. I'm just saying the second question, a direct question, isn't subject to the first question. It is just a separate question.
And maybe so. That's just the way I'm looking at it, and I'm breaking it apart in my mind. And I would also like to note that I guess everybody sitting out there, and then as Memo likes to say, TV land. You know, I don't know. I really don't have this warm and fuzzy about appointing somebody to assistant treasurer off of somebody that's on the board. And so my position would be that I hope that the membership understands that we're talking about amending bylaws to appoint. We're literally talking about changing our bylaws to appoint one person to an assistant treasurer position. And I'm sorry, but in my mind, that's the definition of special interest. It's not representing the entire membership, and I just simply don't agree with it.
But would you agree with if I chose somebody you like?
I know. Point of order.
I would not.
That's not. So I want to address that, Mr. Wiley. The proposed amendment, which has yet to be read, but is in our packet, is not. It is actually only adding language to bring clarity to a clear conflict of interpretation on our current bylaws. It is not creating a special position. The rules for the creation of this position have already exist, and have created a reasonable conflict, as in it is clear that it is ambiguously written, and the amendment is only proposed to clear up the ambiguity so there is no argument, and it's just clear, because our language just needs to be clear. So I mean, I would suggest that we hear the proposed language, because I don't think the intent is to do any kind of special interest anything. I think the intent is just for clarity, so we avoid really like arguing over a handful of words. Because I don't think anyone wants to do that.
Well, and I can take that at face value, but if this appointment was coming from the board, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So it is for a special interest group. It is for one person. So, and I'm not necessarily saying that's bad. And you asked the question, Jason, for somebody I don't dislike Mr. Huey at all. We may not agree ever, but I do not dislike Mr. Huey. So I don't think that that's fair. What we are here to represent the entire membership, and when something like this happens to change something to allow the stepping stones for an appointment, I don't feel like we're representing the entire membership, and I'm just one director, so I'm just making my point. That's my opinion, and it's going to be what it's going to be.
I mean, you just said that the appointment's not coming from the board, but literally the majority of the board voted for the appointment in the last meeting. So how is that not coming from the board?
I'm saying it's not coming from, we have a standing director here that's not serving in any capacity. And I have volunteered for it, which I can legally do. So I'm saying it's not coming from the 5 duly elected directors.
Not, don't take this as an insult, but the last time we did the budget, you brought it in on taped up key map, like bigger than half the table. I need someone that is very skilled with Excel, with generating pivot tables, charts, analyzing financial data. That's why I chose Mr. Yui due to his financial background. It's not a special interest.
Well, really, because whenever somebody got up here and asked you, what is this assistant treasurer gonna do? Your exact quote was whatever.
I said would help with the budget, which Charlene and
No, sir, you said whatever. That was your quote, whatever.
whatever. That's
All
what I
right.
said.
That's what you said.
Let's hold it there. We have some public comment. Come on. Mr.
Before we get to public comment, I would like the proposed amendment to be read just as a statement for clarity on what we're talking about.
We're gonna read the whole thing right now?
Well, I'm just saying that the argument is the action that is part of the action being suggested, and the conversation isn't complete without knowing what that language is.
We're gonna do that in executive session, aren't we?
No, we don't need to do everything in executive session. That's for legal matters, contracts,
No, what she
litigation.
said, she said we were gonna review an executive.
But I don't care what she said. I'm telling you what the law says. We are not to be discussing these things in executive session. This is a public matter. You want to represent the membership. Don't you want to know what we have to say about this? You want us to go back in the back door and discuss it? How would the membership like? You know, and to be clear, what I want to have happen is let someone read it. But after that, I want to send it to the attorney for review, for approval from the attorney that every I and T is dotted and crossed. And then this will be presented at the next meeting. If the agenda had a clear written thing that we were going to adopt this amendment in this meeting, then maybe we would have been able to vote it on this meeting. But the agendas usually have as little words as possible and the least clarity for the membership as possible. So it just says update assistant treasurer. I did not see a
It's all
final,
business.
I did
It's
not
all
see a
business.
final copy of
It's all
this.
business.
I didn't see a final copy of this before it went out to the membership. That was added.
No, it wasn't. It was, we're not gonna go down that route.
All right.
Okay, now, you wanna read it or do I open up for public comment?
It's not my language. I'd rather the secretary read her work.
Now, this is
It
something
was-
that you
It
prepared,
was
right?
the attorney's recommendation to clarify.
This is your
the
wording,
bylaw.
Sharon, correct? This is your wording, not the attorney's wording.
This is the purpose of this. I put down, to send to the attorney. The purpose was to clarify the eligibility requirements for officers under the association bylaws, clearly distinguishing the roles that must be filled by elected directors and those that may be appointed from outside the board. I went by what he said. This summary confirms that the president, vice president, secretary, treasurer must be allowed elected directors. It allows the board to appoint subordinate officers, assistant treasurer who are not directors, protects the governance of preventing subordinate officers from holding president or secretary roles or voting on board matters. That is in the attorney's response that the subordinate officers, appointed officers could not be a president or a secretary. And they could not be voting. They're not going to have voting rights. They're going to be working under the treasurer. Chapter 209 does not mandate that all officers or property owners association must be elected directors. It's a wide latitude. There's a lot of discussion in there. And clarifying this was at the attorney's request. Or suggestion, I wouldn't say request, but suggestion, that so that we're not arguing over this till the end of the earth, we just clarify it, that they do not have to be elected officers. So the amendment, it distinguishes between elected directors serving as principal officers and appointed subordinate officers who are not board members.
Okay, all this discussion about changing the bylaws is a moot point. you cannot change the bylaws. It takes 67% of the
That's
vote.
the declaration.
We're
Clarified
not
with the attorney.
changing them, we're amending it.
The attorney verified.
We have the process for amending the bylaws from our attorney also in this exchange.
Now that one person cannot call, Mr. Tony was waiting and he has public comment.
So let me compliment you first of all on some astute observations in the attorney's correspondence, but I have to, and I can say this because I've been a lawyer for 42 years. But what you've done, all of you have read his correspondence and gleaned from it what you wanted to glean from it. The fact of the matter is, I believe, and this is just my personal opinion, that the bylaws require that whoever you appoint as an assistant treasurer or other subordinate officer must come from within the board. The suggestion that the bylaws be amended, I think, is important, but you got to understand that the lawyer is not committing himself to the exact answer that you want to hear. So to go through the process of putting yourself in the position of being able to appoint someone other than a board member, I believe it's clear in the lawyer's correspondence that you have to amend the bylaw. So I'm not going to stand here and tell you how you amend the bylaws, but I will tell you that the bylaws need to be amended before you do that. And the last thing I would say is this: why in the hell do you need an assistant treasurer? Why do you need an assistant treasurer? You have the folks available to assist you.
Why do our documents state that there can be one or more assistant treasurers? Clearly, someone had enough financial concern to put as much eyes on the prize as possible. Or it wouldn't know, our founding fathers would have never put that in our impossible to change declaration.
No, that's not the answer to my question. My question is, why do you need an assistant treasurer?
I'm not. I just answered you. More people to help. I mean, everybody else has a lot of faith in our beautiful books and such. I've been in there and I do not have that opinion. And I would like someone that has a financial background to assist with things like the budget. Charlene has already said she would like help with the budget. She appreciated Travis's help last time on the budget and would like more of so. So if he has a title, what's the difference? He can't vote. So I don't see we're not giving him any power other than power to help me generate some reports.
I'm not even talking about Travis.
Or anyone.
Anyone. Why do you need?
I would like to point out that at the beginning of the meeting, with additional oversight, and members are able to contribute in a meaningful way to Charlene's work. For example, by talking about insurance, P&L, things in our books. So the answer can't, well, that we have to go to a company, part of which we're disengaging from Peerless. And instead of using our own resources, people can be appointed to assist when needed with financial work or other things, as other subordinate officers can exist. When there were 3 directors, it would make sense that a director had to be do multiple positions at once. But with 5 directors, a vice president could have a subordinate vice president. I could be the subordinate vice president while also being the director. It just doesn't. It doesn't really make sense because to me the workload, which we all know is significant, it can't just be divided among by the same number.
Do we not pay a significant resource now in triumvirate. Am I out of line saying that?
That agreement is nullified at the end of this month and is
No,
not.
that's just peerless, not
So we
the,
had
we do not
zero
have a new
agreement with
engagement.
Triumph Beer.
so the two individuals that we've been working with, that called themselves or that were associated with Triumvirate, are they no longer involved?
They
in
are,
this
they're
process?
working in this month, sorry. They are finishing out this month because they decided to merge with Peerless, which therefore canceled their other agreement with us because we paid Peerless since December or whenever that was. Then Peerless did not work out, so then they just separated and made a whole new company name called MSH, which they are now wanting to engage us for future work. But at this point, we canceled Peerless. We have nothing with MSH or Triumvirate, and we're in discussions on how to proceed with that engagement.
Okay, so is it my understanding that we no longer have the benefit of what's her name, Jen? And
They have been paid, they worked it out with Peerless, and we paid them for this month because we had to pay Peerless due to a 30-day notice. But past the end of the 30 days, then we're gonna have to do some discussion on that.
so they're off the clock.
They're on the
David
clock
and Jen.
today, they are on the clock. July 1st, they are off the clock pending board approval.
And I mean, we're still using them now.
Yes.
Yes, we're using them right now.
Well, I think that's your most valuable resource, and an assistant treasurer would be.
I mean, watch the auditor meeting. He did not give them great reviews. But in fact, he stated clearly in the video that they had lack of professionalism and ethical. What was the exact words? Does anyone remember?
It's lack of
Lack
ethics.
of ethics and professionalism. That was his comment.
I would like to say something though. They don't get along. Coggins and Triangle. So I just want that to be something that people keep that in their mind. If whatever we decide, but it's an opinion of one company and an opinion of another. I will show you the invoices that we got from Coggins, just so you're aware. There's absolutely no detail in them, and they charged us a lot of money. That's all I want to put out there. I'm not saying one is wrong and one is not, but you're going on opinions. And I really think we need to just make sure we look at that. So I will show the board the invoices I got, because if they're a company that is supposed to be good, which they did good work, right? I'm not a CPA, but the invoices don't show that. It just shows we did this, $12,000. Okay. I do have something that, when we're done with this discussion, my staff has texted me that they want me to read out in open session. Sorry.
We're gonna, any
Hold
more
on,
comment, public?
I need to respond to that. So when you mentioned invoices to Coggins with no detail, that was John Coggins, who was our previous CPA, which is totally. I mean, he might be related to Bricks, but I've been told, because I said it was a major conflict of having a father-son combo doing our CPA tax work and doing our audit, but I was told that they were separate entities. So those invoices that don't have details are from the father doing our CPA work. The audit work is very clear. We negotiated a certain amount and we paid them every year for that. We don't need a detailed invoice on their stuff unless were we charged over and on top of that for the audit, and did that need explanation, or do we have clear engagements with said firm to do our 3 audits a year in a row? And we didn't need any input on that. So don't throw Coggins Junior in the same boat as Coggins Senior, because they are totally separate things. That's why we were able to have them both doing our work and not have a conflict of interest. This was what I was told.
I have a question, and I think I must have misunderstood what I heard, but I thought, Sharon, did you say that elected board members do not have to be lot owners?
No, I didn't. No.
Oh, okay, good.
No.
That's all I was asking you, because okay,
It was the.
Sharon,
Like-
microphone.
microphone.
Please.
For lunch. No, I didn't say anything about lot owners. I just said that the only thing that we're changing and amending is to make it clear that the board can appoint pursuant to section 3 of this article. The subordinate officers are not required to be elected directors, provided that they not serve as president or secretary, or they do not exercise voting rights on the board. One person may hold 2 or more offices, except the office of president, secretary.
That's okay. I wasn't doubting that part. I just.
And that's all we were talking about.
That's fine. That was my only question. But you do realize that any changes you make have to be read 3 times to membership.
Yeah.
And have to be voted on.
Right.
Okay. So like I said, I'm sure I misheard you, but just in case someone else.
Where does it say that bylaw changes have to be voted on by the membership?
209.
Wrong. You go, well, why do we? So it's
I'm sorry, they do. It doesn't even
So the
say.
attorney doesn't know what he's talking
We
about.
tried, to write into the
So
bylaw.
why did, so you're telling us the HOA expert attorney that's handling our business knows less about 209 and our documents than you?
No, I base my comments are based on what attorneys have told us in the past.
Well,
So now maybe, did they make a change to state law?
We ran this question was
I
explicitly.
can sit down while you do that.
Sorry.
Sorry about this getting heated. These board meetings used to be fun at some point in my career. Now they're like fingernails on a chalkboard. Like I really.
Jason, we're all here by choice, just hang in there. Y'all want to stay on the topic or move on to skeletal remains? My preference is we want to skeletal remains.
I say move on, please. My mom's name is Steve, my staff wants me to say,
I thought we can do that.
they wanted an open session
It's not on the
What's
agenda.
it relative? Is it relative?
to build in.
That's not on the agenda.
That was an off-topic discussion
Okay.
to begin with.
But I love
The
it.
skeletal remains, what's the update on the skeletal remains, Sharon? Sean,
She just called me Sharon.
But
I'm hanging in there.
before we go on, I think I'm under the opinion, and I don't know what everyone else here thinks, but I'm of the opinion that Travis has already been appointed. We've already satisfied the requirements, and we do need to do the amendment, but I think he's assistant treasurer right now. If you ask me.
Before I forget, I want to know the record as well. I want to know how much the bill was for the attorney to do all this work for us. I think it's important for transparency reasons.
Almost $3,000.
Yeah. For this opinion,
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
we got the bill already for $3,000 for this opinion,
I'll
1-page opinion.
That's
I'll put you.
One lawyer talking about another lawyer.
Yeah. So the
$3,000.
I said,
We-
Okay.
give me the final bill. I'll let everybody know. I don't have that estimate yet, but just to ask them about the lots, the Colonius lots, he charged me $2,500.
Okay, skeletal remains. What are you gonna say about skeletal remains?
This is what I'm gonna say. They're dead.
Okay.
Okay. So I worked with Chris Hale, who had worked with the 11 federal noted tribes on what they wanted to do with the remains. They wanted them put back in the original place that they were taken out. And so he didn't want it announced. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it. And so I came one morning at 6 a.m. I took the bones myself, so I knew. I made sure I took pictures and put them back under the tree. And then while I stood there and watched, Philip dumped 2 loads of dirt over it. It had to be the same dirt that was there as well. So they're covered up. Nobody's gonna unbury them, but the plan is to put a mound over the tree roots that are hanging out to make it look nicer. So that's gonna take some time to do and more dirt, but right now they're there and they're resting.
Board members, do y'all want to take a 5-minute or we continue?
I want to resolve that I feel that Travis has already been appointed to assistant.
We've already
treasurer.
moved on.
We didn't move on.
We have to work about the bylaw. We're gonna do that, do the
No, but
bylaw, right?
I'm.
I have a commitment
in an hour. Can we keep going,
Okay,
please?
I'm not, the vote was taken, correct? I'm not even arguing that. That vote has been taken,
You're shooting.
but it has to be, we have to, my understanding, we have to,
We
I thought we had-
we don't have to do.
and technically
We
something
can
already.
interpret the bylaws how we want. Number one, the most practical way, and then out of caution, amend it by the next meeting. But it took us a week to get two questions to the attorney. It took him a week to even come back and say anything to us that he give us the answer in a week, which is why we don't have this thing done. It's because every time it's like, oh, let's do 3 steps of a week time to answer something what I consider.
Due process.
I think in abundance of
It's
caution
called
again,
due process.
in abundance of caution,
Process.
let's do it. He's already been voted in. You know, there is absolutely no urgency. He's helping you with the books right now. You know, the board has voted 3-2. You know, I mean,
So
let's
you're
just,
saying that Travis is assistant treasurer
I am
and can
saying
go
that-
ahead and help me with some reports for the next meeting?
I'm not saying that. I'm
You
just
just said
saying
he's been appointed assistant treasurer, so has he or has
he
he
was
not?
voted in as assistant treasurer
Okay.
pending the final outcome of the attorney's wording. And the attorney said, correct me if I'm wrong, in abundance of caution, it may be a good idea to put in the issue on the bylaw.
Yeah. Well, we may.
He also said that, in his opinion, the board vote did this. That's the number 2. That isn't subject to number 1.
That ignores number.
I don't agree with that.
There's no
I- I-
urgency. There's no urgency, but if y'all want to override it, look, we gotta move on. If y'all want to override it, Jason, you know, you're insistent, you want it, nothing's gonna stop you, go ahead, but we're still gonna go through the process.
Well, obviously, I want the bylaws recommended. I said we're gonna send the final copy to the attorney to get it to word them so we can get it done next month.
Well,
Everything's wait a month, wait another month.
That's,
2 more
that's
months.
not anybody's fault. That's not anybody's fault. It's just the way it is. You know,
Not
there's a lot of
any
things
one
I want
person,
done. I'm not jumping up and down complaining about it. We just gotta go on to the next thing.
All right, well, I'm gonna get Travis to help me with some reports for next meeting. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad you put that on the record. Las Motor Springs, Ms. Liz Hodges. Now we're actually to the discussion.
Before we move on, number 7 is about the skeletal remains, and I vote that we table that motion.
There's no motion.
I mean, not a motion, but we table that item. We don't need to discuss it.
She already did. She already did.
The skeletal?
She just read it.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. There was
Do you
too
want a
much.
break, Sharon?
No,
We
there
can
was
take
so
a
much
break.
going on
Need a
and y'all were
Coke.
talking about the amendment and all this
No.
stuff. I didn't hear her.
No, she's already, go ahead, Miss Liz.
This would be a lot more fun if you were playing the piano right now.
Where is it? The song.
Margarita and pianos next meeting.
Yeah, working on a world we may never see. I'm gonna be really brief, and I want to thank, first of all of you who were supported. I'm looking at that picture back there. Oh, my gosh, there was a time, wasn't there, Memo? There was a time, you know, and so I want to thank everyone and Charlena and the staff and the board members that were so supportive of the in-pool concert. It was to show that we have amazing architectural features here, even in that pool empty.
Right.
And to show that it could be used for something else until we have water again. And I'm going to believe we have water again. So it was, we counted over 150 people. And
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
Liz, I'm sorry, but this is about water, right?
I'm talking, yes.
Okay.
I just wanted to say thank you because it was another way to bring people to see that the 3rd largest spring-fed pool in Texas is empty. And that for the 4th year in a row, the 9th largest spring in Texas is not flowing. And so no reason, no blame put on anyone, just a fact. Look at it. And many people in our community had not really looked at it. So thank you to the board and Ms. Cavender for doing that. So I'm going to be brief. She gave us permission this time to be on the agenda. This is not Los Morris Springs Conservation Association talking. I just was given the permission today to be the spokesperson just to do a quick update on the Kinney County Groundwater District. And so just in case, we've lost a lot of people, but just in case, I wanted to make sure everyone in this room understood the mission statement of the Kinney County Groundwater District. And it is this. The mission of the Kinney County Groundwater District is to develop, promote, and implement water conservation and management strategies to conserve, preserve, and protect the groundwater supplies of the district, to protect and enhance recharge, prevent waste and pollution, and promote efficient and beneficial use of groundwater within the district. And we can discuss the difference between surface water and groundwater if anybody wants to talk to me. I wanted to also explain that those of us in this room get to vote for 4 positions for groundwater. And just like this board representing us, if you don't get out and vote, research what that person stands for, you know, we've got elections coming up in 2026, and we need to be well informed. Do your homework. And so that said, we have the MUD position, which David Palmer is our director. We have precinct 4, which is Perry Minley, and he is in Spofford. We have county at large, who is Wes Robinson at this point. And we have city at large, which is one of our own staff people, Matt Bland. And so we get to vote for those positions. They don't come up, they come up, it rotates. But please take a chance to know that. And I also wanted you to understand that if you wanted to run for a position, you can run for only 2 of those positions. You can run for county at large, and you can run for MUD. But if you live in precinct 4, which over half of us live in, you can't run for that position. You have to live in a rural area. So and those come from the enabling legislation. So we're not getting someone that would represent necessarily Fort Clark's interest when you elect precinct 4, because it's going to be a landowner, a big landowner that lives rurally. Okay, that said, the upcoming thing I wanted you to know is, as of today, the spring is 90 days, 0 spring flow. And I love, Jason's been so helpful. I'm not tech savvy. I'm getting better, Jason, but he's helped me so much. So I can check, if I want to check every hour, I can check on spring flow and what's happening. And it's easily accessible. There's also a new graph on the Kinney County Groundwater District site, and it changes lots of figures. I'm not sure how they got those figures, because they're changing data from a long time ago. Okay, 2003 even. But I want to encourage people to come to the meetings. It's very important that those of us, maybe all we own is a house here, you know, we're just as important as someone who's a permit owner. Okay, and that spring is going to affect all of our lives. And so I really encourage, it's the 2nd Wednesday of every month. And we're going to be doing a report. So I just wanted to tell you, let me just say another couple of things. Permitted wells are 65,000 acre feet. We have never gone over 15,000 acre feet, and our spring's been dry for 4 years. So if they were ever to use what they're allocated, I don't know what would happen. So that's just something for people to think about. Okay, here's what I'd like to encourage, and I have a few sheets I can pass out to you if you want. The upcoming meeting, which is the 2nd Wednesday in July, is the Kinney County Groundwater District Drought Committee plans to submit a draft of a drought management plan at their July meeting. And it's very important for you to go to listen, because that figure that I just gave you, 65,000 acre feet. So if you say out of their total allotment, they have to cut back 10%, they're not going to be cutting back anything. It has to be of their current usage, or it's not going to change the amount of water that's used. So go and listen, ask questions. David, Perry, Wes, send emails. You know, it's helpful. If Kinney County's groundwater drought plan is voluntary non-use by permanent holders, that's what I just told you. It's not going to make a great difference. And the grout curtailment, most of us think should be current usage. That said, I appreciate your time. I've got some sheets that explains a lot more, and hopefully we'll get to do a brief 5-minute presentation each month, because that spring is why we're all here. And you guys have shown your support of that, and the staff has, and I just want to say thank you for the annual concert and showing up. And we have another one coming up where we're gonna support our building and Dickman Hall. Try to get a little money for that and get people out sitting in those seats. So thank you very much.
It is, thank you very much, and I want to give a quick shout out to Sharon, Jason, and Shar. Sharon and Shar spoke at the last groundwater district and on our behalf, and I'm very appreciative for your all's participation.
Absolutely.
And Jason's continual participation with the groundwater.
Yes, I just wanted to show this graph for just, I'll go through it very fast. It's what Elizabeth had mentioned. So when Jim came and wanted to put the sensors in the spring, I actually voted no, not unless you give us the data that what you're collecting. And he made a bunch of excuses, but not excuses, I'm sorry, Jim. He didn't have the means to do it at that moment, and I worked with him personally to get it. So he sends an email to the groundwater district and to MUD and to me, and every 6 hours it pulls in 15-minute intervals. The green line is the level in the pond. There's a sensor there, and the yellow line is mud. Every time mud turns the well on, that's when you see those spikes. The top of those yellow lines is the static level when mud's not pumping. And you can see that they're constantly turning it on and on. So here we're back here in February. Normally the well sits, 9 feet below the ground. That's when the spring's flowing. Then the spring starts to slow down, and look, the pond drops off very quickly. And then the mud level slowly drops off even more. This is where we got some rain recently. It came up a bit and then quickly dropped back down even lower. And then it's rained a couple of more times since then, not that big one, but it goes up and then it's back going back down. And so this is just the maximum, the minimum of what the well does over the day. Not that great, but this graph here is very relevant to us because MUD uses last time I saw, they use a 10-day moving average, like for stock prices or something. They average the last 10 days levels, and that's the 10-day moving average. So green is no problem, above board. Yellow is below 15 feet down to 25 feet below ground. That's when they don't want to give us water for the pool at that point. Once it turns yellow, they would like to say no in general to the pool. Here we jumped into stage 1 briefly. May up until June. At least this is my calculations. It's not officially MUD answer, but then it rained a bit, and now we're in the non-restricted, no pool water zone. So last year, it went. Let's see. That's just from before. This is when last year, when the thing got all the way down to almost negative 50 feet below the ground. We're already into stage 2. The 1, 2. No, that was stage 3 levels, and then below that is stage 4, which we haven't got to. Maybe we will this year. I don't know. But that's just the status of how it's doing, and that's what Liz was referring to, and she can look. If anyone wants the address to that, you can look. I can give it to you. Thank you. All right, let's move on then. Unless anyone has any questions about that.
Elizabeth made a comment about our rule. We've got precinct 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the water district. And to run in any of those precincts, if it's a precinct, you have to live in a rural area. We do have, there are people working with the legislature now, because that is a rule that was put in not by the, each water district puts in their own rules as far as elections, and that is when this was.
It's enabling legislation, and it's very, very difficult to change.
Right. It has to be changed by the legislature now. that they have that in there. And, there are people working on that. There are also some, petitions going around to change that,
Chair,
65,000
Sure.
to something
can we,
else.
can we go on to the next item?
Yeah. I just wanted to let
Yeah.
her, Elizabeth, know that there are people there
Sure.
are people working on
I
the
know.
springs.
Thank you.
Miss Andy Hagan,
I would like to call a point of order on that, on number
go
2.
ahead.
I would like
Let
to
her come up first.
I would like to call a point of order that, this committee, the election committee, and the election chair was dissolved for our bylaw.
Correct.
And the authority now lies with the secretary. As the secretary will serve as the monitor. And I have been in contact with Ms. Shalina and with everybody working on cleaning the ballots. That is my responsibility.
Your point of order is taken, and you're correct. And she's not even requesting for a committee. She's not here as part of the committee.
Okay,
So let's listen to her, and then we can go on.
thank you.
And she reached out to me. I requested to be on the agenda. And real quick, I had been reasonable with all the directors regarding items on the agenda. She requested it. I put it on the agenda. And we can accept it or not, or deny it. No
I
big
know
deal.
that.
Thank you.
First of all, Sharon, you approached me
I
initially
did.
a couple months ago
And I would be glad
to help with this project, and no one is ruling you out.
And there's no election committee.
There is, first of all, this is not an election committee issue. I volunteered because this is a problem with bad addresses that's been going on for decades. Through the 6 years of my term here and continuing. So I have knowledge that other volunteers may not have. So I offered to volunteer. And I asked Carlina to make sure that the ballot stayed in her care, custody, and control. And I did that as the election committee, because we're in charge of making sure that ballot security. Okay, so I volunteered to help with this, going over it. For one thing, number one, we aren't opening any envelopes. We are only addressing bad addresses. And the hope is to work with member services, which is Gabby, to make corrections where we can. And some of them may have come. I haven't looked yet, so I don't know if just Sharon and I can do this or whether we need other volunteers. Okay, but we need to correct those addresses that may have come back with corrections. Those addresses that are bad need to be checked through the tax office to see if they're paying taxes but not assessments, and we've lost track of their current address. And then we need to track those that have been bad for years. And I think we've got a couple of lists started that Charlene has to do this. Because what we're trying to do, and after working with Tony when he was secretary at the time, is get the Secretary of State or the state of Texas to give us some guidelines on what to do. Because if we've had a bad address for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years.
That's the case.
Yeah, and I know that's the case. I've been on the board since 2012. So we need to find some way to correct that, because we are wasting labor time, volunteer time, and money sending ballots and other documents, including bills, to people that are totally lost, who may be deceased, we have moved out of the country, who we have totally lost track of. And to do that, we have to be able to go to the state and say, we have this problem and these are the addresses we have. So there's more than one function here, but it's not the election committee. I am volunteering because of my experience.
And I appreciate that. I do have a procedure for clearing the ballots. I have been working on this. It has not been a priority because building them has been the priority to get the names in there so we don't have to go with the black system. And that's why I haven't gotten back. But there is a procedure. I have it I've worked on that. I've worked on a procedure for clearing the ballots. and for going on down the line to eventually probably filing liens and doing foreclosures on some of these properties, giving them the opportunity to give them back if they want. There's just a lot of things we need to do.
But I think
That's true, but that's not the point of it.
Yes, it's
The
just
point
to
of
get a correct address.
Yes, the point of this is
It's
to
separate.
correct our membership roles, to make sure that we have correct addresses for all of those people that we don't have them, and to try to eliminate sending documents to people that we know are totally lost. We need guidance. Now, this is a question we asked our attorneys years ago, and they humbled around and said, well, you better send them to everybody. They never did follow up to get some sort of comment from Secretary of State. We need to find out legally what we can do to do this. And because it's costing us thousands of dollars, and but we can't just, unfortunately, a few years ago, pressure by one of the directors allowed a lot of these problems to happen because they said, well, let's just not send them out. Okay. So that's where that started, that inactivation. So we're trying to correct that, but we need to find out legally what we can do to these people we honestly can't find. That's the whole point of this. That will lead to corrections to other things.
That's correct.
So I
And
guess.
that is our priority, and that will be our
And
priority.
you never, and you called me to start
Yes,
this,
I
and
did.
I volunteered, and you did not follow up with me, so I volunteered to do it because I figured you guys are so busy.
No.
Board.
It wasn't that, it was the fact that we had to set some priorities on building them.
I understand.
And I was doing a lot of research on how to clear these and get a procedure in place.
So I guess I have a question. Do you want my help or not?
Okay, let me comment. Yes.
Yes.
They do.
Yes, I do.
But what the plan has been is that we now have all the members out of QuickBooks, at least for May.
That's good.
Okay, and what was done, one of the reasons why Belgium took long was that I took all the data from the Black system and all the data from QuickBooks and all the property data addresses from county, and I put them side by side for each membership, and those were put into Belgium. If there was no address whatsoever in Black system, we generally use the one from the county. Those steps have been done, but the final step would be to reconcile Black system fully to Buildium and then cut Black system off once we got everything in place to not use that old DOS-based system and use Buildium. Now, as far as finding out who we can cut off and who we can't, in a large scale matter, yes, we certainly need advice from attorneys, secretaries of state, whoever. But to manage this project, Buildium has projects and tasks. We've been using this to reconcile the balances, to reclaim credit cards. So I could easily create a project and add 500, 1,000. I don't know how many you think we need to correct. Well, we'll find out when we start. So then each unit will have a task assigned to it to verify the owner, each owner, let's say, to verify their information. And by using the task system in Buildium, multiple people can collaborate, attach files, comment, open, close, raise the priority. Data can be brought in from the county system for them to work with. A lot of that portion could and should be easily automated programmatically. But we will need some volunteers to help do that. And we certainly need to know what we can do with the Secretary of State, or whoever.
Because we have to do it legally,
Obviously.
because obviously we got a complaint from a chronic complainant.
Yes.
Which is why it cost
They're
us
not on there, yeah.
$1,000 extra.
It was more than that. Sure. How much extra did we pay to send out all those envelopes, more or less?
About $175, 200.
Extra?
Mhm.
Yeah, that doesn't count the cost of the extra envelopes.
And for every penny we're trying to save.
And 20 people who gave up their time to get it done.
Yes,
right.
clearly.
So-
That's it. Oh, and then, yeah, and there was an additional cost. I have to go back and look at the invoice for them to count those ballots and
That's
non-ballots.
true, see, because they would have also, this is over the years,
Yeah,
but when they created that deactivate list, It may or may not have done that legally, probably not, because it included people who weren't paying their assessments. This is only, the only thing we're worried about are the addresses of people we can't find. Just those bad addresses, like we had one that said Joe Smith, Honolulu, Hawaii.
No, there's all kind of address Philippines,
Yeah.
all manner of foreign addresses.
Everywhere.
And when I got all the data into Buildium, I specifically searched the county for properties that weren't even in Black System. There's a lot in those woods that have been only lost to county records. So there's a lot of them in there that have names from data from the county that we didn't have. So there's some in there now and that can be updated. I'm just suggesting we do it in an organized project structure so everyone can work. 10 people could work on it, 100 people could
No,
get on top of it.
I thoroughly agree. And the reason that I suggested that initially is because we got 400 and some odd bad.
Yeah.
Return mail back. That's usually we're between, 15 and 25. So that's just know how much.
Well, time moves very fast, and that's why I'm glad you came. I'm glad you offered yourself. Whether you might need more volunteers, that's up to you all to decide. Sharon, I know you're in charge of it. The thing is, the time's gonna go by real quick, and it needs to be resolved
I
as soon
just
as
wanted
possible.
to let everybody know that it's not that we haven't been working on it. We have. It's my fault. I didn't get back with you. I've had other things going on,
I understand.
but we have been working on it. It is a priority, but it's not a priority until Buildium gets ready so that we can go and just use one system to
Well,
track these down.
It takes a while just to search out the addresses.
It takes a while.
And that's the part where we can need help. So I'm here if you need me. I guess I wait until you contact me.
Yeah, we're working on it. I'm trying to work with Charlena and with Jason so that I'm not stepping on their toes, trying to get done what we need to get
I'm
done.
sure there's a lot of stuff it can do that you won't have to do.
So that's where we are right now.
So in the past, do we have old boxes of return envelopes from years
No.
before, or we only have this year's?
We have this year's because we requested it.
But do they keep the other
I
ones on
don't know
file?
how long they keep them.
So we might be able to.
We have to keep them for 7 years.
Yeah, I'm
And they have
talking
to-
about the
Auditor,
auditor.
yeah.
I'm talking about the auditor.
So we might be able, if necessary, if that
That's-
proves our point that they've been rejected so many years, then we may very well need to
That's
go
right.
to the auditor and say, you have 5 more years, give them to
I
us.
think we have a couple of lists that I've actually asked them to keep the lists every year, but it probably, if it happened, they're lost, we may have a couple, I think you said you might have from this year. Because that list that we got also helps us locate. Matches it to the envelope. So just call me. I mean, if you want my services, I'm here to help,
Right.
as always.
I appreciate that.
Just-
And
Thank you.
when I did pick up the envelopes, the auditor told me they have to keep them for 7 years.
Okay, well, we can go back. and
So
ask them.
we can go back 7 years if we have to.
We don't really need 7, probably 5.
Yeah,
But
Wow.
let's
That's a big project.
let's do this year first, and we may try to find the lists that were given by her. Return mail, obviously, and anything that we've gotten back from the post office. Let's find out what we have first before we go asking for them to produce a.
You mentioned not opening the envelopes.
We don't open.
How are returned ones that weren't voted? Can we open those and get the membership number on the inside so we match the membership?
No,
number?
the outside of the envelope has the name and membership number.
Oh, it
on
does.
The label, the first day that we're out there, we come in here, what we do is put labels on all of the ballots and match the label to the list we get from Gabby. And has the full address, the name, and the membership number on it. We do not.
So I think that we might very well explore scanning those envelopes into the outside of them,
Yes.
scanning them, and then running those images through AI to parse out the member number and the address. Then we would automatically have a spreadsheet of all those, and then we can compare that versus data we have in Black System versus data we have here and there. It will be very fast compared to a person trying to do all that by hand.
I have to.
Jason.
I
Well, I'm busy now about the
If he-
balance.
if he-
but
if
I
he
will-
has a- if he has a
it's
time to
all-
do
it's
it.
all in
no,
my mind.
let's do it the old fashioned way until you guys have time to do it via. And
Yeah.
I trust you on that. I'm 78 years old. My computer knowledge is less than it used to be when I retired 15 years ago. Okay, so, all right, well,
Thank
if
you.
you will call me, that's all I want to know. Or if you
Yeah.
change your mind, just let
Yeah,
me know.
and I
will go with it.
apologize for not getting back with
That's-
you.
that's fine. I understand.
But I have been working, and it is a very big priority to get this list cleared up because it hasn't been, to my knowledge, done for a while, you know.
I want to point out that this, go, stand by, that it was his last board that approved sending out ballots to everyone in the attempt to resolve a problem that had been going on. Shame on me and the previous boards that I was with that we didn't even address it. So, go ahead.
Well, I don't know that it's shame on you, but, first of all, Ms. Wolf, let me point out to you that working on the list is a mammoth task.
It is.
It really is. But I think what needs to be understood is the pivotal question has nothing to do with who and how many are on the list. It has to do with what is the criteria, what is the requirement for removing someone or an account from the voter list. I don't care how many people are on the list. The pivotal question is, what does it take to remove one from the list? One of the means of doing that would be like you mentioned a while ago, and that was, can we foreclose on them? Can we talk them into getting, returning the property to the court? That's been going on here for 40 years, and nothing has been accomplished. So I'm not going to take credit for it, but through some of my efforts, we determined that it is the law that as long as the account is on books, they are entitled to a ballot. Now, that's just a very broad general statement there. But I believe that there is a means of removing accounts from the list. I'm just not exactly sure how to do that yet. So getting bogged down into determining what list is in Buildium, what list is in QuickBooks, Black System, whatever. I'm going to tell you, it's my opinion, it makes no difference.
And that's correct. While they're doing what they're doing, my research has been and talking with the state, talking with people, so that when we get ready to roll, we will know how to get them off of the list. That is my priority.
We started that by setting them out this year, right?
And so
We
we've got about almost around 400 that came back with no address. We sent out 3,000. We got back about around 400, maybe a little less. That came back, no forwarding address. We got back about that same amount, a little bit more than that did actually vote. So they're good to go, and we can go into Buildium and put on a note that those 400 or 500 are good addresses, good people. We're good to go. I'm sending out ballots in the next year.
Well, I
And then
think if those votes were counted and they were good, those votes counted, they're not going to be in your stack of returned envelopes or otherwise. So, so they were already included, and I'm not sure that anything needs to be modified in the list.
Well, we need to know the ones that did vote are good addresses, so we can rule them out and not have to look, but mainly the ones that were returned. But we sent out 3,000 envelopes, and we only got back less than 1,000 ballots and return envelopes. So there's 2,000 that we're gonna have to find out where they went, what happened to them.
But first, we need to find out what to do with those people.
Right.
I 100% agree with Tony. Those are two separate things, and it doesn't even matter how clean we get it until we know there's something we can do with it.
Exactly.
You have to find, and I do believe that there is some sort of legal loophole that we can find a way to get it done. And I just don't know what it is because I'm not an attorney and I haven't dug in very deep,
And
but there has to be.
And you can ask your lawyer and get an ambiguous.
For $3,000. this was probably 10 grand for this ambiguous.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find out now. I'm trying to find out through 209 if they have rules, if the state has rules. That's my research right now. That's my priority, to
Okay,
get all that under control, so we know when we're ready to roll, we know what we can do and we know what's legal.
So I may kick myself for saying this, but I had previously volunteered to help. And so that offer is extended.
Sandy?
Sandy,
Okay, whoever.
Well,
whoever.
I think we're gonna need a lot of help. So,
I mean,
Thank you,
please,
Tony.
please research a way for us to get them off of
I
there.
hope you won't regret it.
I totally agree with the way that this has been handled as far as adding these people back to the list and doing it the right way and trying to get through all of that. Unintended consequences. We're thinking about this as something that's going to come up in the next election cycle. Unfortunately, it's much closer to us than that. So right now, and we have an opportunity to change it, and that's why I'm bringing it up now, or I would have waited till next meeting. But we're about to go through our budget season, and we're about to look at the assessment if there is an increase. Currently, our documents require notification to the membership of that. It also stipulates in 209 that we have to define what that notification method is. Email is allowed in 209, but your documents have to stipulate that email or electronic communication is the preferred method. So if we don't go and look at our documents and amend that prior to changing the assessment, all of these new ones and the old ones have to be mailed or the assessment increase is not valid. It's fixable, and I'm not saying that you have to mail it to notice everyone, but that's how our documents read right now. So we need to adjust that so that if that's how we want to move forward as an association, it gets adjusted now. Because if we don't, one, you have the expense, two, you have the potential to have an issue with not getting the assessment increase in the fiscal year at the appropriate time. Thank you.
thank you. for
Thank you.
bringing that up.
Thank you, Travis.
Something new.
Right, so my understanding then is that's a request to make an amendment. I'm pretty sure that language exists in the declaration for the type of correspondence, not in our bylaws. Correct.
I haven't,
That's a
So,
reason.
so,
I
so
haven't researched
we
that
need
on
to-
on the assessments yet.
it puts us in the same predicament.
I think, we'll get some of that together because we're gonna have that workshop and we're gonna be talking in executive session about that.
Worst case scenarios, we'll send out 3,000 letters. That's worst case scenario.
That's what I had to do.
Yeah.
It was around 3,000, is
Yeah.
that right?
Okay. Next topic, purchase of Kinney County Appraisal District lots. Ladies and gentlemen, we finally got, the Fort was able to purchase back the lots from the CAD at a price of $18,000. They presented us with some information as to how we're gonna go forward. Specifically, how much we have to pay. So I'm gonna be requesting a motion here in a minute to, I'll get background information first, what everyone thinks about this, but at this time, we own $18,000. They need an additional judgment taxes for June, it will be $3,700. And then for them to be recorded on 1D, the filing fee is $4,300 for a total of $26,000. Any discussion?
We already approved it, so.
Yeah. Members?
The question is, can we take it out of the restricted fund? Is that?
That's what I'm gonna mention in the motion. And by the way, for everyone's information, I'm aware of what restricted fund is. And the restricted fund has to be approved by the total board to use those funds. So
I make a motion that we prepare, or Charlene prepares a cashier's check for a total of $25,999.37 to complete the sale of the catalogs to the Fort Clark Springs Association.
I'll second the motion.
Everyone in favor?
Yeah.
All in favor? Vote.
Okay.
Aye. Unanimous vote. We will make will charge Charlene to make a check, cashier's check. No, it's a cashier's check. The CAD is requesting a cashier's check or money order. It'll be for $25,999.37.
And I would like us to consider in the future that someone from staff or whoever watch when properties come up that are inside here and make an effort to purchase them like one or two at a time or how many ever, because we don't need to run up another 130 something properties. We should, if this had been handled over the years, we wouldn't be going out 26 grand. They'd probably be like 3.
I'm in agreement.
Okay.
I'm in agreement. Shar, that we just stated, we're charging you to make out a cashier check or money order to the CAD for $25,999.37. ASAP. And it'll be, okay, that wasn't part of the motion, but requesting to be done through the restricted funds.
Okay, thank you.
Is everybody on board with that?
Do we need
With the board?
do we need another
Okay,
vote? or
I'll make
motion?
another motion. I make a motion that the money that's gonna be paid to the Kinney County Appraisal District come out of the restricted funds. Does everyone, is there another motion or second motion?
I'll second.
Everyone's in agreement that the board is in total agreement that we're gonna pay through the restricted funds for the lots.
Okay.
Aye. Unanimous. The board has approved restricted funds to be used to pay the Kinney County Appraisal District. And I am very clear what the restricted funds definition is.
Good.
Thank you. Building and repairs, Mr. Aaron. You gotta read it,
So this is a big topic, but that has already been addressed in a number of previous conversations today. And also I would say some of this ties to another agenda item, number 7. So I would like to make a motion to lump 4 and 7 together. It also in an effort to expedite.
I have no opposition to that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So building repairs are, I've had to several times make a clarification on with preservation. And when I say with preservation, I don't mean actually with the fort's preservation. I mean in other municipalities, historic preservation committees, that what is important is the shell. That's why I said previously the building shell, which the reason the attempt is to prevent the building from collapsing. So the clarity needed, and this affects all repairs, stables, hotel, the floors, whatever, is roof rafters, is that the money that preservation has, even if we were 6 times our membership, is inadequate to repair failing structures. As such, the board is able to either use money, buy a boat from restricted fund, etc., for repairs, or even call for a special assessment to generate money for repairs, or any other means of generating money via, if we get members to a grant committee and grants come in, etc. But I just wanted to be clear, because it has been brought up with preservation a few times, that the confusion that if for instance, using the stable, which is a stick-built stone veneer structure, that if the wood studs on the interior side of a stone veneer wall are totally, made dust by termites, then the building can collapse. And even though it's on the inside face of an exterior wall, it is a mandatory repair. So that the building doesn't blow away when we have a windstorm. And that very well could happen when it's not positively connected, like the motel repairs, the steel strap, etc. I'll try not to get into too much detail about that, but I just want to be clear. The money is far exceeds any kind of budget that they have. Especially when you consider we're talking about 42 structures, plaques and historic district structures. So this is what these buildings, the ones in desperate need of repair are original. The Stables, for instance, built in 1939 is approaching 100 years old. And those are the original studs. And termites found them a long time ago and left a long time ago. But it has probably been in poor shape for decades. And that said, it will probably stand a little bit longer, but the point is we're approaching a point with several of our buildings, although they may appear to still be standing. They are in desperate need of repair. The motel being, for me, the top priority of the ones, because it generates income that would otherwise help repair other buildings. So I just needed to be clear, since these things are going to keep coming up, the structures are going to still be on the meetings. Ms. O'Brien will politely remind us regularly to keep thinking about the Stables. But this is where it ties into the common property alteration form and another form presented by Sharon, which is effectively the same thing. The repairs are being made. They're, in my opinion, and this is up for discussion, they are not necessarily operational, because a one-time repair of a building is not a daily occurrence or even a yearly occurrence. And that needs to be made clear. So the repair of our retaining wall at the front of or the back, whichever way you perceive the structure, is is something that has come up and been repaired recently. But it shouldn't be, to me, it cannot be classified as an operational expense, because it is a one-time fix, not a recurring thing. And perhaps we should visit, like with the common property alteration form, perhaps some of the repairs need to be communicated and reviewed prior to execution. And an effort really to just make sure we don't waste money. Like I said, similar to volunteer repairs. I would like to get my eyes on things before money is spent on them. I realize that has stopped the motel, but it has also stopped $40,000 from going into nothing, as in we would not receive what we needed for that money. This is a number of buildings now. So I guess I'm asking that, the construction be at least somehow email verified with us, because it has been occurring. I don't agree that it's operational. It exceeds whatever budget, and it's going to continue to exceed and by a lot. And it cannot be, if I have a construction project that is multi-phased, the total of the phases is still the total of the construction cost. It is not under budget by breaking it up into payments. And that's any project I work on in my outside work career. That's how it goes. So similar to our contract requirements, scope, and work of bids. That's why I'm saying this ties into number 7, because it's the same thing. There has to be review on the construction projects, because if they're going to keep coming, and a lot of money is going to have to go into them, and we actually don't have the money to do the work. And so it has to be really carefully considered as to how we triage the process to prevent catastrophic failure. Like, for instance, the Stables. There's a whole list, and I have even a bid here from from MK. And I could argue that, I'm concerned with one wall mentioned that falls under preservation's purview to prevent the west end from flying away in a windstorm. Because it could happen. And then that means that this budget in front of me, does not reflect at all what an engineer would say is a mandatory necessary replacement. And I am not an engineer. I just work with them all the time. So I'm just saying regarding all our building repairs now, because I can volunteer the time and it takes me minutes, like minutes to assess these things, whereas hours of meetings, including not just the board, but preservation, et cetera, and lots of people's heads together. Some of these things I can clarify in minutes. And I would like to, one, to save time, two, to make sure that our dollars are being effectively used. But there just needs to be like some more oversight in the building repairs. That covers for me number 4 and number 7. Any comments?
I have one comment. Today, can you tell us when do you think we can start the repair of the motel? More or less after you've done your studies? Or comment, I'm sorry.
I can comment. I can't, the question I can't answer that simply, but I can explain the process. I have I would estimate I have approximately 16 to 20 hours, and we'll just say 20, because it's always more than you think. 20 hours of work to do to get a design to the engineer. The engineer then has to review the design. Then the design has to go to preservation to approve that they feel it's historic enough, and I'll do my best. But I can already tell you that the handrail is the biggest concern, and that's not expected, but that is in the engineer's letter. And designing a version of that remains any bit like remotely close to looking like what it looks like now is quite a challenge that I look forward to solving. So that process, if I spend 20 hours, if I get to the engineer 20 hours worth of work by the end of next week, the engineer then has to review it privately and then with me in a meeting another 1 to 2 hours. Then that has to go to preservation to approve. And then preservation brings that to the board meeting for the board to approve. And well, no, I'm sorry, I missed a step. Preservation would approve. Then preservation would have a document to get a scope of work put together. And I would like to see that scope of work to make sure it has everything that I put in the drawings to be good, which is bid review. Then that goes to the board. Potentially, this could all happen by our next meeting. Potentially, if everything went well. Yeah.
So for further clarification, I think you said earlier you're gonna donate your time and energy towards this, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If there's gonna be any cost from the engineers, will you notify us first?
Repeat the question.
If there's gonna be any cost of the engineers reviewing the work, will you notify us first, please?
Yeah, the engineers will not be let loose to work without an estimate for the amount of work to do to be approved. Hopefully by a unanimous email vote. Because that's the only way we can do it without having a special session.
Or we just zoom it up.
Or Zoom special meeting, which requires 72 hours notice.
I just, at this point, for clarity for the membership, I want to get that clear. I wanted to get it on the record because of the cost. 6 months ago, I would have never thought the second floor of the motel would have been shut down. This is where we are today. The motel has a bunch of rooms on the top floor that have furniture, other items. And it bothers me as a member that stuff is rotting up there as we speak because we can't rent them out. We're not using them. I'm not even sure if housekeeping has enough work because the second floor is closed down. So then,
When they're done.
because I don't have your knowledge, and so this is going to be a unique question. Is it possible that if we go down this route, that it'll be in phases to where we can shore it up so we can open it up and then continue doing the work?
In the engineer's letter, it talks about at minimum, you could shore it up. I can tell you it could be shored up for much less than the actual cost of the repair, and it will look like a construction zone.
But we'll have it open. We will be able to open it.
Yes, you
I'm
could.
sure the Trump Tower has been under construction while people were renting rooms.
We are an example of shoring, which is already in place, is the corner columns.
Okay.
A number of methods like that could be applied, but it would literally look like a construction zone.
I for one, and I'm only one vote on this board, if we can shore it up, pending all this other stuff. Again, I'm just guessing, because I don't know. That we get it shored up and start having those rooms available for the membership and the public as soon as possible.
How close are we at this point to having both meeting the rooms on the top? Like, how many rooms have been available in the last month that you couldn't book because they wouldn't fit on the bottom?
I don't know, I'd have to look.
That's not the point.
I want to clarify.
It is the point. We don't need the top rooms, then we
I know
don't need
we've
to do
turned
it.
off, I know that we have turned hunters away because they wanted to come in groups and rooms on the bottom were rented. Now, I'm not saying that's all the time, but. I
But
can
we
look.
have run up to the point where we couldn't rent them.
Yeah, we've had to turn a few people away. I wouldn't say it's a lot, but.
Jason, what you're
we've
saying
had
is
to.
not unreasonable, but I'm not saying it's not unreasonable either.
Yes, I know, and as far as the construction zone goes, we're trying to market, we're trying to get online, we're trying to get reviews. We get people over here and then they're like, oh, this thing looks
Or
like
maybe we
trash.
open up one.
I'm not coming back here. 1 star. That'll stick with you forever on the internet.
So let me expand on that too, because I think when I'm being asked a question about shoring it up, y'all are thinking about beams and columns, and I want to be clear. The primary concern is the handrail, and to shore up that handrail, you will have to diagonally brace it into the deck, which is in itself a tripping hazard. So it is it will not the sight of it will not encourage the use of it. Let's put it that way.
I have to ask one. Would you could turn it on?
I don't. It does it by itself. It must be some setting.
Look, we had an insurance meeting at 12:30. I need to tell him if we're gonna cancel it or not.
We're not
Because
gonna
he's
cancel it.
waiting.
You can.
He has something to do at 2:00. We can't sit and wait, so we either need to tell him,
We'll tell him like 1:15.
okay, that's all I need to
Try
know.
to-
Okay,
So right.
sorry.
So my point, I wouldn't advise attempting to short the second floor to use it, because what that would look like would scare people away. They might think it's safer the way it looks now, and then if they saw the amount of shoring required, it would probably discourage use. It would be tremendous, and then all the money spent on that would then be torn out when we do the actual repair. So it would be a short-term, not lasting expenditure.
Can I say something else?
Of course.
I just like to point something out. I think that, I hope that we're moving into the future. I know that the repairs like in Dickman and maybe the wall and NCO club and stuff like that have come up. And maybe for some, they're not satisfactory. And that's okay. We can all agree on whatever we want. But the elephant in the room that maybe nobody's identifying is that the motel cost to fix what was there, and I'll just, we'll just use factual stuff. It's been around since whatever time, 1940. So we'll just say 80 years it's been functioning. To my knowledge, there's not been like 100 people die falling from the second story. So it's functioned. It's functioned the way it was intended, and it's worked. And then when you bring in, we have a situation we're gonna have there, it could be shored up to a certain extent per that bid. And it's 42 or 46,000 or 47,000, whatever it was. And I'm not going to argue that that's correct. I'm not going to say that that's perfect or it's the code or, like whatever. My point would be is that it did function, and it functioned for a very long period of time. So in the scientific world, you say, well, if you can repeat something over and over, well, then It's true, right? You have a theory, you prove it right. It was proven to be right. It worked for a very long time. Now, the problem with having architects, engineers, all that stuff start coming into the association and all of those opinions start coming in the association, you're going to get cost creep. It's a fact. It's just what happens. You know that. We all know that. And we live in Bragville, Texas. So if you start designing plans for everything, and for instance, my gut would tell me that we're at 47 now, we're going to exceed 100,000 to fix the hotel. There's a very real chance, maybe more. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's not going to be $47,000. So we're going to have to find the balance between what's reasonable and what can we afford. Because if we do everything perfect to, call it a Houston or a San Antonio or an Austin standard, we're going to sink. We can't afford that because now that $47,000 that could have gone in an hotel and then be split, say the other $50,000 that's going to now go into it could be put somewhere else like in a Dickman Hall. I'm not arguing that that's perfect. I'm not even arguing that's right. I'm saying that we got to find that balance because if we don't find that balance, we can't afford to fix what we have now. And if we start raising the bar, we're never going to be able to fix everything unless we have a deeper plan, which is, hey, we've got to get grant writers. We've got to get, maybe the reserve study helps us go down that road and we're able to find grant writer, we're able to use that to get grants and yada, yada. But if our plan, let's just say our plan was we're going to start doing everything 100% right, 100% architectural, engineer, qualified, all that other stuff. If we do that today, we will go bankrupt because we don't have the money to do it without a further plan of we've got to figure out how to generate revenue to cover that cost that's going to continue to come. I mean, it's just simple math.
I'd like to reply. Yes, I agree. And in that regard, the engineer has been very careful about, they had to consult their lawyer for how they responded because they did not want to put us in the position of a repair that we could not afford. As such, I've also presented that there are cheap fixes that would not be historically architecturally correct. And it was the general consensus that, at least from preservation, of course, that they wanted something more accurate. So which means metal plate connections, which is, there are some examples of that on the stable. That's, and then I have an engineering set I'm going to use as a cheat sheet to try to make something simple. And all of this isn't, I can tell you now, it's not architecturally correct. That is not even a thought in my mind. It is a life safety concern, as reported by the engineer. So I don't think but prior to being on the board, I had addressed this, and I really made an effort to not sound like an alarmist, but our GM can tell you privately to her, I was letting her know the seriousness of what was going on, and in some regard that this needs to be fixed today. This needs to be shored today. We cannot have this. So I'm aware, and I'm also mindful that we don't have money. I think this comes up every board meeting. So I'm really trying. That's why I said I'm gonna have to get creative on the handrail design. I am because I can totally think of a way that'd be easy to design that we can't afford. So I'm very mindful of that. And I just don't want to see a penny that we put towards this thing get wasted because that's the reason we're in this position to begin with. Because people are using nails instead of bolts. Like literally that's the case on that structure.
Didn't you just have a little throw up in your mouth right there?
Yeah.
So, Aaron, you went through the process of how you're going to work through to get the plans to Charlena and get the bids and all that. And then, John, you mentioned the cost of this. As soon as those engineering plans are available, those can be submitted to the state for the tax credit.
Well, this is where I need to be clear in an effort to save the Fort money. we are not getting engineering plans. This is why I will have to draft engineer details, which is not what I do. And we won't get their stamp on it either as a consequence, because they also legally don't want to be attached to a good enough fit that isn't necessarily compliant.
Forgive my use of the term. When the plans are available that will be bid, that is when the state documentation starts, and that's 25% of the cost. So that's a big number. Don't quote me on this, but I think the bill passed and I believe it's 35%, but I don't know when that goes into effect. So Texas is moving us forward, but it's 25% of the cost. Charlene, I've sent you the forms, so there's 3 steps to that form. When the first one could already be done, the second one, you'll need Aaron's piece. But if we miss that in the chain of once that's available, it takes the state a while to do that. So back to Memo's point, how fast can we get this open? Well, this is a part of that process. So I wanted to mention that we add that to your flow of getting those to the state of Texas for the historical tax credit.
Okay. Just piling on me. Bring it.
Okay. We're doing it.
The gray hair's coming. It's coming. Pool guidelines.
Welcome to the board.
Pool guidelines. Ms. Jarn, pool guidelines.
Oh, I have an outline. I've talked to Russell. Oh, I'm sorry. Another one. I have an outline. I'll have it probably ready within the next 2 weeks of what the process has been. Sorry, I know what's been talked about. I have food in my mouth.
You didn't share it with the rest of us.
Sorry, it's candy. Anyway, I have an outline of the processes that we have gone through prior to me being here of what the maintenance has done. I'm filling the pool, emptying the pool, cleaning the pool. What happens when the seasonal filling and everything, when it's during summer and everything. And then we also made a policy and process. I've worked with Russell on how to maintain the outside of the pool. So I'll get that put together within the next couple of weeks, and then I will send it out to the board for y'all to see. And it also has to do with filling, if we want to fill it from mud as well.
So this is actually a question to the board regarding Charlene's. I meant this. To me, this is operational, hence you're putting together operational procedures. And to me, that's entirely appropriate as an email vote, should we unanimously agree to it. So in an effort to expedite the process for the potential for using the pool as soon as possible, then I would say have Charlene put it together and put it to an email vote. Because we can correct the language. We're all in agreement on the pool policy.
Yeah.
You voted unanimously. So that's my
I
request.
got no problem with that. Yeah, my other last question regarding this. When will you ask MUD? If water will be available to fill it up on July 4th?
They told me that they won't know until a week prior to the 4th. If the well is gonna be.
And that's still part of your plan?
It's in there, yes, as an estimate.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Hold on.
I just want to go on record as Elizabeth Hodges at 321 Fort Clark Road and someone who thinks that spring is so important.
So that 5 feet where they might give it to us, that's like a day window or something, a few days of max window. So it would have to literally be a lottery almost before they would even do it. So I would say probably no on that, unless it rains and then the thing jumps up. And we all seen it. Look at there in July of last year. It went from negative 50, right after the fourth, and all the way up to the top, and stayed like that for almost a year. And now I think it's gonna go back down, honestly, over the summertime, but we'll see.
Number 6, I think Ms. Sharon had mentioned it, policy on volunteers, employees background check and qualifications. I know we covered some of that already. There's some agreement with that, or did you want to add more to that?
I've got some things that I've put in your packet, and I figured we could discuss those in executive session. And we can go back and forth over it, put it on the agenda for next month if we decide to vote on at least some of these forms. So we can go ahead and go down the road.
All right.
Anything else? Last on the discussion of possible action is reserve study and to possibly obtain quotes. I know it's been discussed in the past.
Yeah, to me, this is again tied to building repairs because this will open up money for us. So I've said, I think over and over and over since before I was on the board, even that I'm for this. Just want to reiterate that again.
Yeah, no, I'm so for it, but how we can pay for it? Like, that's the rub. We gotta fix something now, and then we've got to pull it out of restricted fund to pay for it. I mean, that's a whole nother thing, like how are we gonna pay? Like, I wanted it in the past, like I want it today, but do we have 60 grand or whatever it's gonna cost?
Here.
Well, it should pay for itself.
Yeah,
The money that it brings in.
I believe,
is the answer.
I agree too.
Well, it should, you still have to take the money out first. So the return might be a little while later, but I agree, we need one. I agree. I have agreed.
How
That's
much?
the only way we can budget for any. But there are different reserve surveys. There's actually HOA reserve surveys that I believe Annabelle might have mentioned it at one point. So we need to just make sure if we do one, that we're doing the right one that fits us.
100%.
How much did you say we had in the restricted fund?
It's $142,000 right now.
142,000. So if we had to spend 60, we'd be all the way down to 8.
You guys do know that there was one done back in the 80s.
Well, we've heard, but no one's ever seen it.
It's in the back room.
You know,
And they never did anything with it.
I think what we should consider would be that last year we paid the insurance and the taxes in full.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll have to we saved what, it was $8,700 paying the insurance in full. But we may have to consider a longer plan. If we can be disciplined in trying to come up with a plan prior to spending the money on the reserve study, to say something along the lines of, hey, let's not spend this insurance money and let's pay it by the month. And then we will have this additional fund that we can put on a reserve study, but that has to be disciplined and in tandem with, we're going to simultaneously get this done. And when it makes a full year, a fiscal year, that we've used that reserve study to then try to receive some of those funds back.
Yeah, and
That might be the only way we can
also
make it work.
if we were to finance through the reserve study company or some lender that would do it, it may be well less than the 12.5 points that the insurance one that Jen was.
That's a good
with.
point.
So
Yeah.
it's possible we get 8% or 6 or 7 on mortgage price or something, whatever we can negotiate with them, and they probably want that 60 grand or whatever. So they may work with us on that. Something.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point.
And I know on some of the grants that you apply for and everything, they require that you have done a reserve study because they want to know that you have a plan of what you're going to do in the future. It helps, it'll help with applying for some grants and stuff.
And if we do spend money out of the reserve fund and it goes low, it's going to be a lot easier to justify special assessments. We got 10 grand left. We got to fix the motel. Now we actually are showing a deficit. We don't actually have the money to pay for this right now. So we were forced to do a special assessment at that time. Maybe that's also something to think of.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay. Any announcements, Ms. Shaw, besides 4th of July celebration? Are you still accepting donations? We're $800 short?
Yes, of course I am. I'm excited for the event at Dickman. That's all I gotta say. I'm so excited. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be great.
Thank you, everyone, for your indulgence.
Troopers. That's right. Well, I did want to say, we did rent the slide for 4th of July that has water. So you just use a hose. So it's not going to use very much. And we do have a dunking booth, and we are going to have a mister area so people can go and cool off. I just wanted you to know that we were aware that it's gonna be hot and we might not have to.
Okay, at this time, it is 12:50. The meeting has adjourned. We're going to go into executive session. Thank you, everyone, for being patient with us.
Are we gonna do it in here? Do we have our
Yes.
insurance? Okay. I'll tell them. Yeah.
to do some more
No decisions were made, right?
No.
Yeah, we didn't.
All right, we're good to go.
Okay. Returning back into a session here for Clark Springs Boardroom. It is 5:02. We just adjourned from executive session. No decisions were made after executive session. No votes were taken. We will return for our next meeting on July 19th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in the boardroom. We are closing this meeting today at 5:02 p.m. Thank you.
I'm gonna have to do some more